obviously. Bam, we're live. Jump in anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, do what you got to do. Any questions? Any thoughts? Roger,
how you doing, sir?
you're not just words on a sheet of paper. Actually, I'm lying. I listened to the audiobook. You're not just coming from my iPhone. You're a real man.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's Caleb down below. Caleb, Roger, Caleb.
How you doing,
Nice to meet you, Roger.
Caleb, could we change Roger's name to?
Yep.
Awesome.
I'm
Thank
working
you.
on it.
You demand.
Oh, you want me to go back and change it here?
Don't take Caleb's job from him.
I got it. It's okay.
He'll lose his job so quick. What if you do it better than him? Holy cow. Hey, have you only been doing podcasts like that are like the I don't know what to call them, the war guy podcasts? Like the guys,
I mean, I've
like
done
the
a lot
guys
of
in the
them.
dark rooms with the cigars and the
Things are kind of slowly branching out for me. I've been asked to do a couple speaking engagements that are just completely non-military involved. But for the podcast, for the most part, yeah, it's mostly the preparatory soft courses or things like that. I just got a package. Gabby Reese and Laird Hamilton just submitted that package that I sent to you, that media package, to Joe Rogan. So
okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But mostly it's just, just kind of like lower echelon military. There's been a lot of really cool support from the soft community. They've reached out to me, and that's
Who's that?
Kind of
What's that? What's the soft community? What's that mean?
The special operation forces, like the tier 1 military guys.
Okay.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of podcasts that come from that genre. And some of them are cool because there's kind of like the subversive, just vetted guys kind of have like their own stuff, and that's always kind of affirming to be asked to speak, within those circles,
Totally affirming. I just watched your talk. I know exactly what you mean. It would be like if a filmmaker was invited to speak at a filmmakers conference. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
They're not judging you for not being the silent professional. They're not like he's braggadocio. They're not like he's a poser, which is always the fear of any guy like you putting your head up with a story, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, despite how vetted or experiential you are, guys are always like, well, why is he writing a book? And it's like, man, damn, guys.
Have you been that guy? Was there a point in your life you're like, fuck the guys who come back and talk?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a closed circle thing, but I think the thing that's really odd about my story is I didn't ask to write a book. I didn't ask to, get tattooed in Afghanistan. All these odd things that have just kind of landed in my lap and wiggled. It's taken me a lifetime to sit and think about these things, but I do think living with risk and courage, I do think that those things create, they're the catalyst for synchronicity. And the book thing just landed in my lap, in this very odd way, of just a friend was having a book written. And as I was retiring, the publishing company that was helping assist in this friend's book was like, we have to write a book about you, because they were resourcing me. I was this guy's mentor. But it's all just
Who was that? What book was that? Who was that?
There's a book, it's called Never Quit, and it's on a buddy of mine, Jimmy Settles. Is in my story, the PJ that got shot in the head. That's Jimmy Settles. So he had a book written. He just happened to have a dear friend of his was a best-selling author here in Anchorage. And Jimmy got back, and it was that quintessential story where he got divorced. He started numbing himself with drugs, and he was literally like living in a van down by the river. And, through that process, all of us were trying to reach out and help Jimmy out. And one of Jimmy's friends was like, let's write a book about your life and try to elevate and just kind of put a spotlight on you. And, that led to one thing. But during the process of that book, Don Reardon, this ghostwriter, he was like, Raj, everything you say is so densely packed and it's so interesting that I absolutely believe that we have to write a book about you. And so think about it this way. I mean, I'm at the point of retiring from a career in special operations, and it all just kind of like unfolded, and I needed that perspective, and that's where the book kind of came from. It was just completely synchronistic. I didn't go and reach out to different publishing houses, or I hadn't even been writing anything. I'd written in a journal just of my own process. Like I've always been, extremely artistic my whole life, but I hadn't, really succinctly said, well, I'm going to write a book. It just fell into place. And the whole book process was really just me tattooing people, and this ghostwriter coming in and just hitting record with his iPhone and saying, just tell us a story, Raj. And as I'm tattooing, I'm just telling him stories,
This is, you guys are staring at one weird dude. He, I think he's born in the same year as me, 1972.
I was born in 73.
73. Oh, so he's a young man. He did, the youth was wild. We'll go into that. The youth was, I don't know what was more wild, the youth or the adulthood, but he ended in the most superficial sense. He became a ranger. Then he got out for a second, and then he went back to square one and did pararescue. For those of you who don't know, it's completely batshit crazy shit. He was deployed 11 or 12 times, and this book tells stories of being inserted into areas where there's crazy, crazy dangers in combat and fighting. It's basically shit that movies are made out of. The helicopter goes in, he has to get out. There's a malfunction when he gets out, and he's left there for 3 hours. And when he finally gets rescued, he has to fill a helicopter up with so many dead bodies that he's on top of them. And it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And then as you look more and more into him, he's not even, what are you? Are you like you're like some weird samurai that got misplaced. Like you were born in the wrong era or something. Did he write that book? That book is written so, when you talk, it's so, your juxtaposition of words, you're so unique. No one, like I could take your voice away and hear a line from your book and I still be like, oh, that's Roger Sparks. I can't say that about a lot of authors. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you. I think my whole life I've been kind of like this, in this juxtaposition of dichotomy, I grew up in a very, surreal environment, and I was the second born. I've got an older sister who's a badass, and she took after my father.
Still alive? She's still alive?
Yeah, she's still alive. And in fact, we get to, I'm going to go visit her here in a couple of weeks. But
you have to ask that about anyone Roger mentions. That's how wild his life is. So-and-so. Oh, are they alive?
Yeah, she's doing well, but she's definitely been a wild child. I guess just a little bit of background. I grew up, and I'm going to purposely try to not go down too many rabbit holes. So if you want me to go down anything, just please let me know.
Brother, I got so many notes and videos, and I listened to your book, and I don't know whether to go with you on the spiritual side of things or the war side of things. The war side of things is the fun candy and the little boy in me, and the spiritual is just what my life's all about. So but you go.
Yeah. So, I mean, I grew up, my father, I was born into this odd gray area of living. And
what state? What city?
I grew up in Dallas, Texas, and my father was basically like a brake leg, or he was involved in an outlaw biker community that assisted in, the movement and sale of a lot of illegal narcotics and stuff. And my father was kind of like the pit bull of this organization. And I did grow up around a lot of illicit drug use. I grew up, definitely always kind of trying to understand, what is going on here? What's going on with this whole war on drugs. And then here it is. My parents have this whole kind of enterprise they're involved in. And it was very kind of surreal in the coming of age sense, remember my sister, she used to, I mean, there were bags of marijuana. I mean, marijuana is a pretty harmless, drug, but at the time, this is like Nancy Reagan, Dare.
Yeah. I remember it was
Oh, man.
hardcore. It was
Yeah,
go to
and it was-
jail.
yeah, this is your brain on drugs kind of stuff. And then I'm growing up around these guys, and these are very
This is the
loving-
gang right here, right, Roger? He was an enforcer for these guys.
Yeah, and
What does that mean? You don't pay your money, and your dad and Roger's dad shows up at your door?
Yeah. There's a very strict code that a lot of outlaw biker gangs inhibit, and it's you would think that and I don't know exactly what it's like now, but at the time these guys were very loving. Like there was a very strong sense of code. Most of the guys that helped raise me were Vietnam combat veterans, and just living in this environment where guys are obviously operating outside of the legal system. Like they were very disenfranchised with what America was and the politics and all of that, but they wanted to honor each other. And, it was just, growing up in that sense was very kind of bewildering to then go to school and kind of have other kids talk about their family lives. And I mean, there were, kilos of cocaine throughout the house. There's marijuana, everywhere. I mean, I remember my dad smoked grass like they were cigarettes, and
you had smut magazines on your coffee table next to your mom's art books.
Yeah, like everywhere. And
I love that.
Yeah.
Did you guys have those pens where you turn them upside down? I might have one here. Someone sent me. You turn it upside down and the girl's clothes fall off. Or
correct. Yeah. But this is in an odd area of Texas. I remember going to like a sushi bar, and there would be just, there's pornography everywhere. Like I remember this one bar that we would go to, and the bar itself was like nothing but just very graphic, smut pictures, but like laminated over with like shellac or something, but done in a beautiful, like artistic way. And that's the stuff as like a 7-year-old, I'm sitting here staring at, drinking my Coke,
Yeah.
So kind of growing up in that environment, riding dirt bikes. I mean, it was a normal thing to ride the dirt bikes.
Always with helmets and pads, right? Always with helmets and pads.
Oh my gosh, man. I was kind of in this moment. I mean, we would ride dirt bikes constantly, and this is, early 80s, and just riding a CR80 to the mall to go steal Motley Crue tapes. That was kind of a pastime of ours, I mean, I've crashed dirt bikes so many times. I remember there was a time where I crashed my dirt bike, destroyed the motorcycle, and I couldn't walk. And I was about 3 or 4 miles from the house. And I remember crawling back on my hands and knees.
Wow.
And I mean, I'd fractured my hip, had a couple long bone fractures, and that was just the world. I mean, I never felt like I was neglected. Say again?
So did that prepare you for all the bear crawls during NDOC?
Yeah, exactly. I think that just, living life on my own terms, it was more than free range. It was, we would play tag under active boat docks in the lakes, like under the boats, and I don't think anything could have prepared me more, not only physically, but, metaphysically, all of that subcontext that makes us up who we are for special operations. I mean, it groomed me for that environment. The one thing that I had no taste for, and I still absolutely do not, is kind of like false leadership. You can see it, in the political system that we have now, where it's obvious the people that are elected are not in charge. It's just these faces for these different corporations. And I've always felt that to bring that back is like to sense that in the military. It was always difficult. And honestly, special operations are the biker gangs of the military. Like they are these very elite, very gritty, real aspects of projecting violence for our country. And it's kind of like that George Orwell quote, like rough men stand ready in the night to project violence on those that would do them harm, and I've never even thought about it till speaking to you guys about it right now. I think the biker gangs of the military are special operations, without a doubt. You know, there's not a lot of political correctness. It's just all, it's, you know, it's all rubber meeting the road. It's not the pompous military. It's not what you want them to be. They're the guys that you call when you really want shit to happen. You know, if you want that guy to go there in the middle of the night to do those things, those are your guys. And, you know, I mean, I had a really difficult childhood with my physical health.
Just to be clear, too, another surprising thing: your dad wasn't abusive.
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, that's what really.
But he's a very violent man.
Yeah, I mean,
he was in the pain. He was in the pain game.
Yeah, and he was very quick to violence. But I mean, he grew up in the penal system, you know, in county jails and in prison systems, and violence is the love language. I mean, a lot of the more surreal things that inhibit my subconscious, or my dad was an alcoholic, you know, and you know, just like a lot of people that compartmentalize violence.
What was his drink?
You know, he would drink Coors like it was water. You know,
my dad too. Did your dad ever get into the generic beer? It was just a yellow can and it said beer on it.
No.
You remember those?
Coors was his flavor, man. You know.
Yeah.
And this is at a time
they didn't even have Coors Light then. Do you remember in the tops? You just ripped it off and threw it on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is at a time where I could ride my bike, my banana seat Sears Montgomery bike, to the gas station and buy him cigarettes and beer, you know. And on the way home, you know, you crack one, you're like, why does dad like this stuff so much? You drink one, and 30 minutes later, you're like, wow, that feels kind of cool, you know. But just a total different time and era, you know. But
Roger, what's your earliest memory of violence? Do you have one? Of seeing some violence?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote about it in the book, you know. You know, it was, you know, I've always viewed violence as this emotion. You know, it's like I think in the book I refer to it as a wet blanket. And I just remember feeling overwhelmed by seeing my father project violence, you know. There were other times as a kid, you know, I grew up, you know, riding bicycles and dirt bikes was freedom to me. You know, like we didn't have the internet. Hell, we didn't even have, you know, cable TV at the time. You know, I mean,
you were lucky if the newspaper made it to your house.
Yeah. And I remember. So, I mean, it was just Lord of the Flies, you know, and I was outside next to a freeway overpass one time. And I was this is like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. Hell, it might've even been like 10 PM. I don't even remember, but I was like 8 or 9 years old, and I was riding next to this freeway, and I was underneath this overpass, and I heard a loud crash and explosion almost. And I turned around, and less than 50 feet to 100 feet from me, there was a T-bone intersection where a car was kind of getting off the freeway. And then there was like a group of kids that were kind of like stopped waiting for this car to go by. But this car directly T-boned them. And
the group of kids? The group of kids?
Yeah, there were kids in the car. And I rode over to the accident, and you could smell the alcohol from the wreck. But, you know, when violent vehicle accidents happen like that, you just smell like hot metal and oil and, you know, like radiator fluid. And you could also smell alcohol. I remember opening the car door, and the guy kind of slumped out, and I was just like 8 to 10 years old, but I helped kind of pull this guy out of the car. I was afraid the cars were going to catch fire, and you could feel the heat, because I guess the engine casing, you know, they had cracked, and all the heat from that mechanical, you know, combustion of the engine was coming out. And I was afraid the cars were going to catch fire. And I pulled him out, and he was still alive. And he kind of crawled over away from the wreckage onto the side of this curb, but he was obliterated drunk. And this is just some stranger. I had no idea who it was. And inside the other vehicle were all these teenagers, and they were all dead from what I could see. You know, like you could smell blood.
Were they mangled?
Yeah, they were really twisted in the wreckage, and both of the vehicles were kind of turned into one kind of heap of just hot metal. And I remember, you know, trying to access them, and I'm just like an 8 or 10-year-old kid. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if the other vehicles are going to come off the freeway and hit us. And there's not a lot of traffic at this time. There's no stoplights, and we're in kind of like a rural area of where I lived. I mean, I lived in a small town called Watauga, Texas. and there were dirt roads that led to the freeway system. You know what I'm saying? So, and this was a paved road, but there was no traffic. And I just remember, you know, I mean, that is not man fighting man, but that violence, that mortality, you know, that view of that mortality was really intense. And
First dead body you ever saw.
Yeah, without a doubt. And just to smell the hot metal and to smell the blood, and just, there were people moaning, but the wounds were obviously like non-survivable, you know. And I remember I rode my bike home. No one ever came, man. You know, like, I'm just sitting out here, and
you left before even the ambulance and the police came.
Yeah, I don't have cell phones. There's no call
Right.
box. There's no anything. I mean, this is like
You're 10 years old.
1979 or, you know, maybe 1980. I have no idea. And I remember I was just disturbed by the fact that that guy lived, and then these other people had died. And it was just like this weird sense of like, what the fuck, man? And I remember I rode
So you knew whose fault it was even then as a kid. You're like, fuck, it's this guy's fault.
Oh, 100%, man. 100%, you know, and that guy was just sitting there. And I remember riding my bike home, and I got home and I told my mom and dad, and I was like, I saw a wreck out there and I think there's people dead. And my mom was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. She was like, okay, well, we love you, honey. You know, it's like, good night, you know? And I mean, it was, my entire childhood was kind of strange like that, to where it wasn't, there was no abuse. There was always support and love. If I wanted to talk or ask about anything, they were more than willing to engage me in an honest way. And all of the men that I was around, these somewhat violent outcasts from society men, you know, all these guys were Vietnam veterans. And I mean, these guys, one of my dad's best friends would break out in hives, like in this, where he wore his flak jacket in Vietnam. I guess he was sprayed with defoliant, but he would break out in red hives on his body. And he would have somewhat like psychotic break or episodes where he'd go into the bathroom and, you know, kind of have these fits of rage. But
at your house, like you'd hear him in
at
there,
my house, and
like talking to his demons.
Yeah, and but these guys, I knew that they would literally kill people for me. Like I knew that these men loved me more than they loved themselves.
That's bad to get sprayed by stuff that removes leaves from trees. That's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, they've gone on to find out, you know, that, you know, obviously Agent Orange and things like that sprayed on people, you know, all this late stage, even if you're in the not getting actively sprayed on, I mean, that affects everything about your lymphatic system, your endocrine system. And, you know, a large portion of Vietnam veterans that were in areas of the country where this stuff was sprayed, you know, they all developed type 2 diabetes, you know, very odd cancers. You know, in large part, you know, the larger context of where these men were disenfranchised was being drafted to a war that made absolutely no sense. And they had to survive that by doing very dark and odd things, you know, just to survive that for themselves. But then what's real after that? You know, the brotherhood of the guys to your left and right. That's, you know, and coming home to a very, you know, odd civilian world where people are calling you baby killer and you just tried to survive your experiences.
Does any war make sense to you? You said
they
went to fight a war that didn't make sense. I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You know, it's like you can look at, you know, it seems like World War I was an absolute shit show of politics, but, you know, World War II seemed very real. You know, I mean, like there was
maybe even a little late to the game. Maybe even we were a little late to the game.
Yeah. What is that? A truth is a truth until it's organized, you know, and you know, projecting violence to solve problems is always a horrible thing, but human beings, I mean, we're basically upright monkeys, you know, and we just replace rocks and sticks with, you know, technology, and technology surpassed humanity long ago, you know, and you know, I think that wars are just, however, you know, the reasons and the politics behind them convoluted to the point that there's no truth. You know, it's like you never understand what you need to believe. And so the only truth that really exists in war are men trying to survive it, period.
When you see technology surpassed Man, do you mean that all of us can go to the store and buy a cigarette lighter and burn down our city if we wanted to, but none of us could start a fire if we were left upon our own accord? I mean, is that an example?
That's a way of thinking about it.
Then technology's left us way in the dust.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a good example of that is just with predators and reapers, right? Like when you can fire a missile system from a flying video game and kill 20 or 30 civilians, or just kill human beings, there's moral injury to that. There's things that are going on that we have not evolved to try to process that psychologically, and so you just don't, and that's
the killing of human beings. We're not evolved to process that.
No. We are evolved to project violence like one-on-one with another.
But I mean,
person,
to process the effect afterwards.
Correct. I think that, violence has been a part of human nature since the beginning of, evolution and time, right? But
there's no normal people who kill other people, maybe. I don't know. That's a pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's tough.
statement.
It's tough. We are human animals. And because of that, sex and violence are a part of our reality, and unfortunately, it's like when we have, we used to, we evolved from tribes, where you have 30 people, and then now we have cities and countries, states, and so we have to, it's very obsolete, the things that we're fighting for, even, when you think about Afghanistan, that we're fighting for our freedom, things are very convoluted in that sense. The people that you're fighting are uneducated, third world country people are who you're fighting. You're fighting those organizations that have projected violence on us as a country that operate as a threat to our country. And
on the flip side of that, there are people who live day to day to really survive and are thankful for fucking everything. I'm not defending them at all. And the country that's attacking them is 50% of the people who get upset if their favorite flavor of soda pop isn't at their local 7-Eleven as they fucking go down there in their fucking 3-wheel electric chair because they've lost the ability to walk.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a trip. They're the retards. They appreciate life. We're the smart guys. We fucking go out of our way to destroy our lives.
Correct. Yeah. And I mean, that just shows how powerful our country is. I think I was right. Talking to a friend about this, it's like, when we look at levels of obesity or just just all these problems that we create within our culture of Western America, right? It just shows how powerful our country is. It just shows absolutely that we can have excess to the point of ignorance. When you go to these third world countries and you see, just the rates of, sexual abuse and all these horrible, humanity problems, of just, like truly, brutal societies that operate under very brutal, strict guidelines,
more monkey than man when it comes to sex and violence.
Yeah. It's because, it's like, it's kind of like that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and they have the ability, they don't have the ability to create their own problems. If they did have, McDonald's and fast food and shitty choices and all those things, they would become us. But it's like, none of us have the answers. But I think that when I see a lot of the problems in the third world countries, you can see that there's a beauty in the primalness of the way that they're living, and the difficulty of, looking at, the problems that we create here in this country, or that we are dealing with, from racial injustice to gender inequity, all these different things. Like, it shows how powerful our country is. That you can, go on these fad diets, and all these different things. It's like, shit, you go to third world countries, people are not obese, and it's because they're living hand to mouth. They have struggle. They live with significant struggle just to absolutely maintain a sense of daily living.
And the luxury of worrying about COVID, it's a luxury to worry about COVID.
Yeah. I mean,
and how come no one in Haiti died from COVID? Oh, because they don't eat Snicker bars and soda pop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're like, it's like COVID is going after, obese people. And it's like, well, I mean, we've just accepted, that obesity is, acceptable. And again, it's just it's a secondary response of just how powerful our country is, that people can be obese and lazy. Like other countries, that is not afforded. That is
And
not
we can deny ourselves that it's the leading correlate of death, and we can make up stories like type 2 diabetes when in actuality it's your obesity, but we displace it by 1 or 2 or 3 levels, calling it heart disease, we call it cancer, we call it all this other shit.
Yeah, and I think it really kind of goes back to, like the big lie of our generation is that comfort is success. Like comfort is not success. Comfort
Huge
is,
theme in all of Roger's interviews, his book, his life. Huge.
Yeah, I mean,
theme.
comfort is a giant lie. And I think that, throughout my life, not that I grew up in third world circumstances, but to understand like where I'm coming from, we never had life insurance, or we never had, like health insurance. I never spoke to any school counselor about going to college. My only way out was either to get involved in my father's, work and his friends' work, or to join the military and just get the fuck out of town.
Can you pull up that chart again, Caleb, that list of things? At a young age, this is an important story. It's told in a lot. At a young age, Roger hurt his knee. There was a tumor in it, and going through the process of healing that in the process he had to go through, he basically skipped from physiological needs. To self-actualization. He realized at a very young age that I don't think most people will realize the entire time they're here in the United States, that there's no one coming to save him.
Yeah, I mean, it was very just deep in my bones. So basically, I forget the exact age I was at, but it was right before puberty. Maybe 12 years old, or maybe 11 years old. I started having really horrible knee pain, and this was debilitating pain. And I mean, I'm this kid that, I mean, I would break my arm or collarbone, and I would go home and tell my dad about it. He'd just pour beer on it and laugh at me. Not because he didn't love me.
Really, like he really did that. Like pulled the joint out of his mouth. He goes, "You're good, boy. Go play in the yard."
Yeah. So like I would crash a dirt bike and I would have road rash all over my arm, just an active bloody arm. With like a quarter of the skin off of it, just embedded with gravel. And my dad and his buddies would be out front working on their motorcycles and, just hanging out, listening to Steppenwolf. And I would just come limping back to him and kind of like, kind of sobbing a little bit from the pain. And they would just get a bottle of wild turkey or something, or a beer, and just pour over it. And like, you'll be okay, bud. But he was literally cleaning it because of the alcohol, not being insensitive, like spitting beer in my face. Like, let me see it. and pour
you had that on hand more than hydrogen peroxide.
Picking the gravel out of it, but with hard alcohol to try to like get the funky monkey out of there.
Makes sense.
And I mean, it was out of love, I mean, it wasn't, I didn't see any of that as
no,
spiteful, but
resources. It's the resources he had.
Yeah, exactly, man.
And he was buzzed.
But I mean, it was a loving environment, but, I'm growing up from that atmosphere to where, you're very durable, I guess, to use a sense of a word. And I remember it took a lot of courage for me to tell my father that my knee hurt and that I felt something was really wrong. And again, we didn't have health insurance, and my dad took me to a family practitioner, and the family practitioner kind of did a once over on my knee. And this is at the point where I couldn't fully straighten my leg out, or I couldn't fully like collapse my knee. I didn't have full range of motion of my left knee. And the doctor basically said it was growing pains. And I remember I felt so dejected, and I felt like I'd let my father down. And so for the next year and a half, I just kind of harbored that.
And he just said that because I'm assuming you're 6'9", right?
Yeah, now I'm 6'9", but I was always tall and lanky, like that whole puberty, pre-puberty, and puberty. I just shot up like a Norman Rockwell painting.
And how tall was your dad?
My dad was only like 6'2" or 3. My mom was long and lanky. My mom was like Cher. My mom looks just like Cher. She still does, and she's
what is your mom? What ethnicity is your mom?
I think that we're all American mutts, but I think a lot of her last name is Scheidel, so there's obviously some Jewish blood in there. But again, so I guess this is a funny thing of just thinking about that dichotomy. I think the bulk of my lineage comes from German and Jews. So I think the dichotomy comes from those two, cultures, but,
You went to the doctor and he said growing pains and you're like, well, fuck, I guess I'm a pussy.
Yeah.
Did you know he was wrong when he said that? Were you like, dude, this fucking guy's wrong?
But it's like, again, these people in authority, when they say things to us, they matter, and it does affect us. And I was like, well, fuck, man, I guess I'm just a total puss. And I remember that gave me a renewed sense of like, fuck it, man, like just work through the pain. And again, like when I would go to school, like I would walk to school, and we didn't live, elementary school, we lived directly across the street from it. But, like junior high and high school, like it was a pull, it was over 3 miles from our house. And so walking or riding my bike was just the norm. And at the time, again, I was still racing dirt bikes and racing BMX. And so like there's something odd about skateboarding, BMX, or, like freestyle BMX. Like there's something very physical about that, but you're not trying to be a jock or an athlete. Like you're just trying to do this weird metaphysical sport. And so after school, the religion was to race bikes. And I was still involved in
empty fields, like local empty fields that someone had.
Yeah. Like we'd build our own jumps and shit. Yep. And we weren't just little jumping over curves. Like we were jumping like huge shit. I mean, if you watch like BMX guys doing like, huge jumps and stuff like that, that's what we were doing.
What did you have? Do you remember your bike? Did you have a Mongoose?
Oh man, I remember everything about it. Yeah. I mean,
what bike did you have as a kid? What was your first good bike? Like your first good BMX bike? Did you have like a chromoly something?
Yeah. Hell yeah. So, and I was so into this stuff, man. I mean, because I grew up with my father and his friends cherishing their motorcycles, and these are custom motorcycles. Everything is hand built. Like they would build the gas tanks out of a sheet of metal, and but so being around that, I just had cheapo bullshit bikes. But as I started racing BMX, I realized that there's a heart and soul to the thing that you're using as a reflection. And so, with my
is that your mom? Wow.
Yeah, that's my mom. So you can tell it's a grainy pic. I'm sorry, but she's so beautiful, and she looks just like Cher. But I'm like a really ugly male version of my mom.
Is that her bike is that her bike?
No, that's my dad's. Yeah,
okay.
I'm guessing. I mean, you can see there's like a 70s like V-dub Beetle right there. That's the home that I grew up in right there.
Yep, we had the Beetle too. We had the '69 Beetle. My parents' first car with the rack on top, that steel rack on top.
Yeah. But a very loving childhood. But I put that picture. I think that's an Instagram photo of my mother and my father's motorcycle. But those are the things my dad cherished. And so just to sense how much love my dad had both for my mother and the motorcycle, I put that into the bikes that I was racing. And holy shit, man. I mean, I built this bike. It was a free agent, but I remember I saved all of my money, man. We would go and steal, like, again, this is peering into my childhood, but we would go to the local creeks, and these are swampy ass, like water moccasin infested creeks that we would go into. And we would catch crawdads, the size of lobsters. And we would also catch water moccasins. And we would catch these things and we would trade them to the kids that had a little more money than us for stretchy hulks and money.
Oh, yeah. Stretch Armstrong. Holy shit.
Hell yeah, man.
I did the crawdad stuff too. You'd find old traps down there and you'd use someone's old trap.
Yeah, but we would go down there and literally swim into water moccasin nests. And we
didn't have those in California. We didn't have the water moccasin.
Yeah, we would swim out there with a big stick and you would swim out there and one guy would beat the water moccasin nest. And so all these snakes would come slithering out and you would swim like hell to the shore where your buddy's waiting with buckets and sticks, with the force, you could pin them down and, put them in buckets and stuff. And anyway, we would capture these things and we would trade them to all the kids in the neighborhood for money or toys and stuff. And this was like a daily occurrence, and some of these snakes that we would capture, these things were legendary, man. These things were fucking big. And but I had saved my money, and I also was pretty resourceful in cutting grass and just doing all these things. Like I was the kid in the neighborhood that would go steal someone's lawnmower and then drag it to a neighborhood away from us and cut lawns and then go stash the lawnmower in a ditch later to use. I'm that kid. If I needed gas, I would just hop into someone's backyard and steal gas. And
do you remember wearing your tennis shoes until like they were literally falling apart as a kid, and you're like, I just like the sole fell off. Like,
yeah.
I guess it's time.
And in no way
If the front's like flapping like this and shit.
Yeah, totally, man. And I remember I was in junior high.
What were our parents thinking?
I think it was just I'm very thankful for my upbringing. I mean, it absolutely has made me who I was. And I don't think that it was out of neglect. I know that my mom and dad enjoyed themselves dramatically, but there's something about, whatever that is, what do they call it? Like not bulldoze parenting or helicopter parenting, but like the way parents are so involved in their kids now that it really inhibits them, and I mean, I'm guilty of that too. I mean, I've raised 2 boys and it's difficult because, and I think about this very often right now, my youngest son, his name is Oz. He's got cerebral palsy and is nonverbal. He also has type 1 diabetes, and being nonverbal with special needs and type 1 diabetes, like I'm very involved in his life. And I try not to inhibit him, but I do, and I don't mean to, Yeah, there's my 2 sons right there. That's Orion. He's a machine gunner in the Marine Corps.
Wow.
And that's Oz there to the looker's left. This picture was taken probably about 4 years ago.
Wow, your son's already tall.
Yeah, and they're both my clones, Oz, my youngest, he's a beast now. He's turned into such a super athlete,
Not nonverbal cerebral palsy, and you're training with them daily.
Every day, man. I mean, we work out. That's our love language. We work out at least twice a day.
Give me an example of something you guys do. Do you do you guys take turns pushing sleds or
Yeah. And so,
like he goes, you go, he goes, you go.
Yeah. And so a lot of, 2-round exercises that we'll do for sets and then switch over. I live in Alaska, and it's cool that this podcast is interesting. I had to kind of wake up a little bit earlier. Today was the first day it's really below freezing.
Today was the first day I came in my office and it was cold, but I didn't want to tell you that because the cold for me is 64, and I knew you were in Alaska.
Yeah, I mean, we keep the inside of our house in the low 50s, just because in the winter it gets really cold. I mean, it could be 20 below, and so basic exercises we do is there's a field behind our house, and we go out there with sleds and weighted sandbags and stuff and do very brutal, primitive style workouts, from, warm up, dragging a sled that has half your body weight, just get kind of juicy for about 15 or 20 minutes. And then we have sandbags that range from 40 pounds to 120 pounds. And we do bear crawl drags with them, bent over rows. Or
how do you communicate with him if he's nonverbal? He understands you?
Oh yeah. No, so he's not, he's not deaf. He's fully cognitive of everything that you're saying to him. But he just, him and I definitely, I feel we're very connected, and we can get into that more. I mean, but when he was 4 months old, I did CPR on him for about 20 minutes.
That story's nuts.
Yeah.
Why didn't you give up? Isn't 20?
You've got kids, it is. It's like, it's that quintessential mother lifting the car up off of her infant child. It's
had the story already started in one of my babies was born not breathing, and he was gray.
Yeah.
And I heard the story start up in my head. You're the father of a stillborn baby. Tears pouring down my face. My wife looks at me. It was in the living room of our house, and she looks at me and she goes, "What's wrong?" I go, "Nothing. I'm just happy." And the midwives are like, don't say shit to your wife yet. We're all huddled around, right?
Yeah.
The vagina where the baby just came out.
Yeah.
And they started the baby back up. They put the fucking mask on him with the turkey baster, and they jump started the kid, and color came to him, and fucking he was breastfeeding. But 20 minutes, dude, of CPR on your 4-year-old. Did you hear some crazy stories start up in your head?
Yeah. So to make to kind of paint the picture even better, he wasn't 4 years old. He was 4 months old.
Oh, 4 months. Sorry.
Yeah. And so to make this story even more surreal, I was a pararescuman that I just completed training, and that's about 4 years of some of the most intense training in the military. And I know everybody says that with SEALs and everything, but it is an extremely high attrition rate. And
And
I
you
was
were a ranger. It wasn't like this was your first rodeo.
Yeah, and so I guess to correct you on that, I wasn't a ranger. I was a reconnaissance Marine.
So sorry.
And
So
it's
sorry.
just all semantics. I mean,
I'm sorry.
but
No,
no,
always correct me.
Yeah,
I know it. I have it written 1,000 times. I'm just a jackass and excited. I'm a Berkeley boy. I'm a Berkeley boy.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely not a naive or new to special operations. I mean, I felt like I'd been metaphysically involved in being some type of commando or special operations troop for 12 years. I had done that in the Marine Corps. And so at this time that we're discussing, I was paralyzed below the waist from a parachuting malfunction that had happened. And just like my knee, like I thought it was just kind of an injury. And then a year after that parachuting injury, I further injured my back, which led to, below the waistline paralysis for about 3 months. And that was the lowest time of my life. But again, I felt like I'd been bred for this. I only knew to try to overcome the injury. And I had an experimental spinal surgery basically the day that we found my son. So I had the surgery. I came back home, and I'm still paralyzed below the waist. We're moving into a new home, so there's boxes and shit everywhere. I'm like laying on a futon.
And when you say moving, you can't do shit because you're paralyzed from the waist down. You're high on Oxycontin because from your surgery from the day before. You're just laid out.
Yeah, and it's so tough sometimes to get into the story because there's so much to unpack. There's so many things going on. But we were moving into base housing, and so I was moving there because I knew after the surgery I was going to need to convalesce and need help. And so my mother and father were there helping my wife and our 2 sons unpack this house as well as get me situated after this surgery. There's a lot to unpack with this,
and you're a man who's so used to doing everything yourself and being independent, and now you're left completely. Man, that must have been scary.
I tell you, one of the most spiritual things that can happen to you in life is to have whatever it is that is your strength taken away from you. And my vitality was my love language. I could run 5-minute miles. I could do 30 pull-ups. I could, I was just this unstoppable human at the apex of my physical ability.
And you're massive.
Yeah. And so this horrible injury happened to me. And there's all these things to unpack with it. But at the time of this horrific event that happened with my son, I had just had the surgery. I literally still had this IV port in my arm. My whole world is completely turned upside down because, like this career within pararescue that I've, trained and struggled through to be at this point in my life where I just graduated pararescue training, which is about a 4-year process. And I just got stationed at the team that I'm going to be at. And now I'm paralyzed. And so I had this surgery. We're at this base housing. It's just like shitty base housing. And bye, babe.
I live there now.
My wife's going to school. My wife's a teacher at school. She was just saying bye.
Take your jacket with you. It's going to be a cold one.
And so, my entire family is kind of at my side, understanding how traumatic this moment already is. And my father went to go wake up my son Oz, who was 4 months old at the time. And we were, if anybody's moved, it's just boxes and shit. We have a newborn. And so he's kind of like on this makeshift bed on the ground. But my father went to go wake him up from a nap, and he was completely blue, no breathing, no pulse. And so my father picks up my son Oz, who's 4 months old, and he runs him down to me. I literally have been home from this surgery, this experimental spinal surgery from the hospital. I've been home for maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours max. I'm still dazed with narcotics from the IV, let alone the oxy that I'm eating, you know? And I remember my father just handing him to me, and he's like, Raj, something's wrong with him. He's not right. And I look at him, and he was completely blue. And I sat up with my arms and my core muscles. I sat up, and he handed him to me. And he was such a small baby. He was a preemie when he was born. So he was extremely small. I mean, he kind of fit in the crook of my hand from just my palm to my upper arm, or my lower arm there. And I immediately started doing CPR on him. And I had just come from the most intense, medical training that I think that you can go through. I'd gone through, 2 years of the most advanced traumatic medical training that the military has, as far as pararescue trauma training. And so I just went into just robot mode, and I started doing CPR on him. And some of the more difficult moments of remembering that, I couldn't stand up. And my older son at the time, Orion, was just sitting there staring at me, watching me as tears were running down my face, and I'm doing CPR on my younger son. After about 15 to 20 minutes, he started having agonal respirations. And that's just kind of like that death rattle, that. But as you experienced, it's like children have an amazing will to live, and physiologically they're primed to survive difficult.
Are you crying at this point?
Oh man, it's uncontrollable,
Like as you're doing the CPR, tears are pouring.
Yeah, it's so you are experiencing the emotions, but you understand the gravity of the situation.
Where's your wife? Is she just right next to you?
Oh man, this is so traumatic, because this is before cell phones, man. And she ran out of the house, and we don't have a landline. We just moved into this fucking house, man. And so she knocked the front screen door off the house. She ran out so fast, screaming as she's fucking running, my baby's dying. I need to call an ambulance.
Yeah.
And we don't know anybody in this fucking neighborhood, man. This is base housing shitville, and, when the baby started doing that rattling thing, do you recall your first thought? Were you like, did some hope seep in? Did some hope seep in? Yeah, of course, but at the time, it's just, you're trained after, you get respirations back to stimulate, because you want the baby to cry. As soon as you hear baby crying, we're good, man, and so I'm like, very aggressively rubbing and patting him to get him stimulated to start crying. And when he started to do that, he started, but it was, most of any layman knows, the brain without oxygen for 5 minutes, you're getting brain damage.
Yeah. What were the odds of your dad waking up the baby? I was like, no, you're not supposed to wake up a 4-month-old baby ever. If they're sleeping, you take that time to get some shit done. Yeah, it's amazing that he went in there and woke him up. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, and it's a difficult time, because I think my father had laid him down. And it's I don't want to stir up any bad juju, but I think that he had laid him down. But what had happened is he had rolled over and asphyxiated, like positional asphyxia. So when horrible things happen.
Is this Oz?
Yeah, this is all Oz, my son. And so, he and I, this story gets even more surreal. If you, I'll tell you, like, to make it a little more lighthearted for the viewers. So the paramedics come, and there's obviously this very life-threatening situation that had just happened, and paramedics come into the house, and they're sitting there fucking looking at me like, why are you sitting down? Like, why are you sitting down? How come you haven't run the baby out to us? And they're just trying to process what the fuck's going on, and I'm still trying to process everything sitting here talking to you in the audience, So they take the baby, and I give him kind of like a paramedic rundown. I'm like, I'm a paramedic. I've done CPR for 20 minutes. We had agonal respirations at 15 minutes. All he needs is blow by oxygen, get him to the emergency room, go. And it's like, so they take him. My wife hops in the ambulance really quick, and they leave. And here I am. And I think my mother went as well. And my son Orion went with him. So now it's just me and my father left at the house. And makes the story really surreal. So my father, we get in my wheelchair, I get in my car, and at this time I was really into hot rods, man. I had a 66 Plymouth Belvedere that was supercharged and just super fucking badass fucking car, man. I mean,
and loud.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I grew up around also was, and this is something that I think that we should get into. My father worked for a guy named Big Mike. Everybody was Big or Little. My father was Big Raj. I was Little Raj. Big Mike was the guy that everybody worked for. And
was he a Mongol also?
Yeah, so he was kind of like an echelon above everything. He was kind of like at the point, he would always wear like gold nugget jewelry. I think he still does, but just a giant bear of a man. And he was the guy that had such a powerful physical presence. I was in awe of him as a young man. And my best friend growing up was Little Mike, Big Mike's son. And so
wow.
The only reason I had a dirt bike was because Little Mike had a dirt bike. And so when they would buy Little Mike an 80cc dirt bike, Little Raj gets one too. And
that's cool.
Yeah. And so I grew up, and one of Big Mike's passions was NHRA drag racing, like top fuel alcohol and top fuel nitrous funny cars. And if anyone's been around those things, I mean, imagine what being around that was like as a young man. I mean, that is so sexual and primal to grow up around drag racing of that caliber. I mean, you know, we talk about toxic masculine culture and shit, and I just laugh about that. You know, I mean, you know, I grew up around cocaine, outlaw bikers, and drag racing, you know, at its most caustic, acidic state that you could ever be in, you know, and I thought it was beautiful.
I approve.
And I just, you know, I was thinking about that the other day, you know, with Instagram. There's a couple people I follow on Instagram that it's all about really the shamanistic power, sex drive of drag racing. And I follow this stuff. I mean, just remember like flame burnouts, man, and like there's something so primal and beautiful about drag racing. And to grow up around that as a kid, I think that affected everything about my persona. But so whenever you showed me that had that picture of that 66 Plymouth, you know, I was just like, anyway, so, you know, to get back to the story of doing CPR on my young son. So my father helps me get into the vehicle. We drive the 66 Plymouth to this emergency room, which is nearby. And this is Fort Walton Beach, Florida. And to make this story even more surreal, at the time, remember when Britney Spears shaved her head and had this existential crisis?
Yes.
That was happening in the emergency room that they took my infant son Oz into.
She was in there?
She was shaved head in that emergency room at that moment.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah, man. So it's just like the Forrest Gump story begins or continues or whatever you want. And so again, like I'm this elite level, highly trained special operations medic, you know, pararescuman. And now I'm in a wheelchair and I come wheeling in with my father trying to find my infant son and my family. And I go in there and Britney Spears and that fucking circus is over in like curtain number 1 and we're in curtain number 3. And I remember they were in the trauma bay trying to get an intraosseous, like a bone needle into my son's knee. And they're doing like all of these invasive treatments to him. They're poking his spine, trying to get cerebral spinal fluid to, you know, because medicine's all a thing of liability now, right? Other than like saving someone's life on the side of the road, all medicine is based out of liability. So you do diagnostics from top to bottom to figure out in the eye chart what is going on. Why did this infant, you know, have this asphyxia, you know, occurrence? And it was obviously positional asphyxia to me, but now the emergency room is doing all these invasive treatments and my son's screaming, which is good. I want him to scream, but they're doing like alien autopsy shit on his ass to do something that is completely non-emergent, non-irrelative, and my
you know
wife's
that.
there. Yeah. And it's just like, they're trying, and there's a lot of harm that can be done with this. And so,
of course, that's the whole
do,
fucking medical industry. You just described.
Oh my God, man, it's a fucking shit show. And I was so protective as a father. I wheelchair my way in between them. I'm like, fucking stop. And of course they call security and they're pulling me off of them. But I was scared that they were going to do a bone, intraosseous bone infusion to his, because they couldn't get an IV. I mean, he's 4 fucking months old, and it's an emergency room. It's not a neonatal ICU. Yeah, and
you got no veins on there.
Yeah, and so like if you put bone needles into infants' bones, you can ruin their growth plate of their leg. Like right at that tibial plateau is a growth plate, and if you puncture that, he'll have one.
And that's where they're putting the IO anyway.
Yeah, but again, that was just a protective mechanism. But my rehabilitation of my back was done in the neonatal ICU unit of a hospital. And I'd torn a bunch of deep sutures in my back in the aggressive way that I did CPR on my son and try to assist him. I tore these deep sutures in my lumbar spine. And thankfully
did you know that happened, or you were too, when it happened?
I was too fucked up and I didn't even care.
Did you stop the needle going into the bone?
Yeah, I stopped him from doing that, but it was such a commotion. There was so much shit going on again because of the Britney thing. It's just, there's too much stuff going on.
Did you take him home that night?
No, fuck no. No. So they flew him in a helicopter to,
no one wants to be separated from their kids. For those of you who don't have kids, you do not want to be separated from your kid ever.
Correct. And so my wife flew with him. And then I had to drive again in a fucking car, like a couple hours to the level 1 trauma facility for him. But
hey, did you take your Oxycontin with you when you left the house and jumped into Plymouth with your dad?
Yeah, come on, man. I think I might have still been in a fucking hospital gown. Who knows?
What a fucking crazy life you've lived.
Yeah.
How many pediatric
patients your life is chaos with your baseline in some of your situations is chaos, and then the chaos begins after that.
Yeah,
it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and this is something I think that's worth bringing up to the listeners that and again, this is just all perspective. I didn't know these things at the time, but it's like whenever we experience like mortal trauma, when your life is threatened or you're experiencing death around you, or however you want to interpret that, whether you're sexually abused or you're beaten to the point of near death, or someone stabs you, shoots you, pulls a gun on you, you're in a car wreck, whatever that is, whatever mortal exposure that you're exposed to, it's like your hard drive records that. And it's like it's never recorded.
Your what records it? Your heart records it?
Your heart, mind, body, soul records that. Like your subconscious, you're imprinting shit into your DNA when that happens, when it's life and death. But when that experience subsides, it stops recording. Like as soon as
I heard you say something. Let me insert this in here, Roger, real quick. I know I'm just an interrupting master. You said in one of your interviews, and I'm paraphrasing, the only time the most sincere you ever are exists when you're in Mortal Kombat. And I thought, holy shit. You can look into your wife and tell her you love her for 100 hours and think you're being the most sincere you are, but it's probably not as sincere as being hand-to-hand combat for your life.
Yeah.
So sorry. So go on. That's what you're saying, right? That's the hard drive's on. It's recording. You're in the most sincere state you could possibly be in.
Yeah, and so everything is alive as it's ever going to be.
Right, as alive,
So when you think about those moments, so say, I'm doing CPR on my infant son. That shit is being recorded on the subconscious of my brain. It's just, it's doing that. And after the paramedics take him away and I get to my son and I have those moments to reflect, that's all stops. Like all of that shit just stops at that moment. And what really is interesting is that moment is connected to when the last time that took place. So let's just say, like at the beginning of this interview where I talked about, the first time that I was, exposed to violent death, like that car wreck as a young kid that I rode my bike up to and saw that injustice of the drunkard that was alive and the whole car of 3 high school kids are dead. Now, those 2 moments are paired together now. It doesn't make any sense, but those moments are paired together immediately. And it's like that hard drive recording of that initial insult is paired with that second one.
How do you know this? What perspective do you have? You could see it inside of you?
I just feel it. And my whole point of this is I obviously did recover as a pararescueman. It took me 2 years to recover physically from that paralysis injury.
And you went back to work.
Yeah, I went back to work, and it's a long story. It's a whole.
It's in the book. It's all in the Warrior's Creed. It's so amazing.
I did recover from that injury, and I became I went back into active duty pararescue stuff, and I experienced a lot of very surreal, horrific combat. And what's very difficult, and where I came to these insights that I'm sharing with the audience is, after these surreal combat experiences, I would have these reoccurring nightmares of these horrific combat experiences that I did live through. I would have these moments where I was reliving them in a dream, but when I would get to them and I'd roll them over, it would be my son Oz that I was looking at.
Holy
and so again, like that's that subconscious, connects all of those moments, however many moments those are, and it just connects them all and turns them into a jumbled like knot of fucking shit. And that's our subconscious needing to unpack these things. And I'll stop there.
The way I see that, Roger, do you know the way I see it? What you just said is that we're all just mirrors here.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Like,
yeah, I mean,
like Roger's not different than Sevan, is not different than Caleb. Someone just gave us a name. We're playing this fucking wild game of trying to keep Sevan Matosian together as I navigate to my grave. Yeah. You're trying to keep Roger together, but really at the end of the day, me and you were just mirrors each other, just mirroring each other.
Man, I would even take it further than that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel that when you're listening to my voice, you're just listening to yourself talk to yourself.
Yeah.
It gets really heavy. And I've always been very into Eastern mysticism, Eastern metaphysics. And I think a lot of that, growing up with Star Wars, growing up with Star Wars and trying to like, what's the Force? I remember, I'm an older guy, man. I went to the original Star Wars movie, at the movie theater. I remember it had such a huge impact on me, and just trying to understand like what that is, trying to bend spoons and shit with my mind. I was that kid, trying to figure that out. And when I had these difficult, physical, adversity of my knee growing up, we never even completed, talking about my knee, but later on, my knee, that pain in my knee, I had gotten a job at a hospital as a candy striper. Like I would go and feed the geriatric ward. I'd go feed all the patients there. It was one of the first jobs I ever had.
How old were you when you did that?
13 or 14.
Now listen, people, this is a 13-year-old boy around old people, giving them their life. Does anyone object to every 13 and 14-year-old having to spend 3 months of his life feeding old people? I propose it as a national bill.
The cycle of
life. Scrap all
COVID
pandemic money, throw it all away. Just let people die who get it. And let's start a program where 13 and 14-year-old boys have to serve 3 months feeding old people.
Yeah,
that's not a crazy idea.
Yeah. And I got that. What's crazy about that, Sevan, is I was driving my parents' car and I got busted by a cop, and so I had to
at
go
13 or 14 to your hospital job to feed old people. You're driving.
Yeah,
your parents' car.
Well, this is how I got the job. This isn't what I was doing at the time. I was going to take my girlfriend and friends at the time to go to the mall. Instead of riding my dirt bike, we were going to ride the car, and I was driving the car there. And I had a learner's. I don't even know what. I don't think I had anything. But the cop was like, "You have to go to teen court." He gave me a ticket, and I had to go to teen court.
Did you get to drive the car home from there?
Yeah. And so from teen court,
fucking Texas, I love it.
Yeah. So, and this is like not 80s, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is, you know, dirt roads and shit. And I had to go to teen court, and the teen court basically issued me public service to go work in the hospital. And so I had so many hours I had to go fill at the hospital. And I did such a good job at the local hospital. Everyone in the staff there was like, we want to hire you for this candy striper position. And so I got a job.
You even cared. You did your job there good. You cared. You cared about the old people.
You know, it was a lesson in humanity for sure, you know. And anyway, so they started paying me this job, and it was trippy, man. You know, you'd go and feed, you know, basically people dying of dementia in the hospital. And there were many times that I would walk in there, and I would be the first person to find people dead. And I remember just sitting with them and just kind of, and like maybe I had spent time with them earlier that day, and then I'm sitting with them and I would just think about like, what is life and death? You know, I'd really think about that shit, you know. But so at this time I have this job. Part of my duties were to stock the doctor's fridge, like their refrigerators. And I was walking in there and I was stocking their refrigerator with yogurts and shit like that. And this one doctor, I'll never forget him. His name was Dr. Molly. He was like, Roger, why are you limping? And I'm like, I don't think I'm limping. And he's like, let's look at your knee. And he looked at my knee and he was like, you have a tumor in your knee. And it was the size. I mean, I remember there was a mass on the side of my knee and I couldn't walk normal. Like I couldn't straighten my leg out all the way. It was kind of like bent like this. And I couldn't close it all the way up. It would kind of stop, you know, short of like collapsing my knee up. And he's like, you have a tumor in your knee. How long has this been like this? And I was like, it's been hurting for like a year and a half or whatever, you know. And
long story short, did you give him the diagnosis the other doctor gave you? Were you like, hey, it's just growing pains?
Yeah, well, this doctor was like a whole other level. In fact, he was an oncologist. He was a tumor specialist. He was like, you have a tumor in your fucking knee, man. He's like, I need to talk to your parents. What's your home phone number? And anyway, so from there, I end up having surgery. And I remember laying on the surgery table, and this is all within a week or two. I went from, well, this is my life to now I'm going to have surgery. And this is a life-altering surgery. Everything that he would say was very grave. He was like, 50-50, this is benign or cancerous. 50-50, you're going to wake up without a lower leg. You know, he's like, the one thing I'll tell you by 100% is you're never going to walk normal again. And I'm just like, I mean, I'm 13, man. You know, and I'm just like,
yeah.
And I was just like, okay, fuck it, man. Like whatever. I remember laying there as they were doing the IV on my arm. And this is as a young man having this knee surgery. I was like, whatever happens, if I wake up without a lower leg, I'm going to be the best Paralympic athlete in the world.
Wow. Wow.
And I'm like, fuck it, man. Whatever life gives me, I'm going to make this the best I possibly can. And obviously I woke up with my knee and I woke up with my lower leg. And I was really upset with the level of post-rehabilitative care. Like, this is in the early 80s. And like, really like, oh, just do like a quadricep fucking static hold, do 3 sets of 30 seconds or some shit like that. And I was like, fuck that, man. I mean, I was rehabilitating every day. At the time, this is before the internet, but they would give me like this little sheet of paper that had all these exercises in this fucked up Xerox copy. I mean, you could barely tell what the exercises were through this fucked up.
Military hospitals still do that.
Yeah, it's just like the quality of the print was so shitty because it was a copy of a copy of a copy.
And nobody cared.
Nobody gave a fuck.
No one cared.
And I think I wrote about it in the book, but I remember I went after that surgery, I went home and I got a piece of poster board.
Why? I just want to say one thing. Why do we have to share the planet with you people who don't care? Why? I want to use 10 times as many styrofoam cups myself and just get rid of the thousands of you.
Well, you know,
why do you guys get to fly on airplanes and burn fuel? You guys, fuck off, you guys who don't care. Fuck off. I seriously mean it. I love you to death, but just go fuck off. Just go in a room and close the door. And until you fucking get your shit together and fucking can care, you're handing a piece of paper to a fucking boy And I know it's happening all over the world, and he can't even fucking read it. You're a fucking cog.
Oh, it's horrible.
Take
man.
fucking control of your fucking life and do something better. Don't, please, all of you who are listening today, the next time you walk by a piece of trash, can you just pick it up and throw it away? It's so easy.
Yeah, and I think
it's right next to the trash can, and you're walking with your fucking kids with you. Be a fucking example.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that come to mind when you speak there. Thank you. I
didn't mean to derail your story. I'm curious.
No,
you got out of the hospital and you lived.
To really, bring your point home, I really think the problem is tenderness has to come from pain. Like someone else has to experience something horrific to identify with someone who's gone through something horrific. And that's very important. And it's just, I think Sade said that. The R&B singer. Sade. There's this song that one of her lyrics is tenderness comes from pain. And I think that's very, very true. I think that we have to identify with something, we have to have felt that ourselves. And that's where that even goes in a mystical sense to what you were talking about before of I'm really just you talking to yourself.
Yes.
But having experienced, these things, that, hey man, it's life doesn't give a fuck about you. It really doesn't. It makes you want to care for things that cannot champion themselves. Like when I've done CPR on my son, Oz, the bulk of my pararescue career, not even the bulk, the entirety of my pararescue career, I was trying to save my son. When I was flying
God, people were lucky that you showed up.
Yeah, I mean,
God, people were so lucky.
With bullet holes ripping through the cabin, watching tracers rip through the floor of a helicopter, I don't give a fuck because me flying into that firefight or me.
Oh, that's the subconscious hard drive. You're going to save your son.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's like that. I am trying to save my son, period. Or even like there's instances as a pararescueman up here in Alaska that I've jumped into, plane crashes or people in need on the ground with sub-zero. I mean, we're talking like 60 below temperatures. And, we have to fly below the minimum altitude for the parachute deployment. So let's say if you have to fly like at 1,000 feet above the ground for a parachute deployment, I'm okay going to 800. Because again, my whole life has kind of bred me for this. Like there's not right or wrong. There's just making something better or worse. Like I don't give a fuck about morality. I don't give a fuck about what the regulations say. And that really got me in a lot of trouble as a pararescueman, even as a reconnaissance Marine, from my upbringing of like not giving a fuck about the law, not giving a fuck about what you tell me or what society tells me is right or wrong. Like I know that the truth is in the gray area, no matter what. And that really served me well as a special operations guy is like, I don't give a fuck, man. Like if you're telling me that I can't jump out of the airplane, if we have to be 1,000 feet above the ground, I know the parachute's going to work if we go to 800 feet. Hell, nobody's coming to get me if my parachute doesn't open anyway. Like there's not
some
more
AFI
PJs.
just says that, huh?
Yeah, it's just like there's not more PJs coming. I mean, the likelihood that something's going to go wrong with our level of training and expertise is very minimal. But I'm not here for me to be comfortable. Like the reason that I'm even in that situation is to save someone else's life. Like I'm not here because we're in this comfortable fucking world. The only reason that I'm there is because someone is dying or is dead. And, or there's multiple people that are going to die unless I do what I need to do. And my urgency, my subconscious connection to the trauma that I've experienced my entire life served me in very key pinnacle moments within my career as a pararescueman.
You've been married 28 years.
Yes.
Yeah. Crazy. What do you attribute the success to that?
Fuck, man. I married my prom queen, I married the woman that I went to prom with. Hell, I went to junior high with my wife, When I talk about Watauga, the shitty town that we grew up in, she knows everything about it. when I talk about my father and the group that he was involved with, she knows, because
Were her parents bummed as shit that she married the kid of the outlaw biker?
I don't know, man. That's a great question, man. I have a very close relationship with her parents, I love her mother and father like I love my mother and father, but at the time, I think that everybody in that town knew who my father was and what he was involved in. And you got to understand, like in the 70s and 80s, like all that shit was going on with my father and his friends and Big Mike, Little Mike, all this shit that was going on. And the cops never stopped by the house. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
there was an instance, I don't know if I wrote about it in the book, but my sister, who's a fucking badass, my sister is a badass. I mean, think of, man, I absolutely love and idolize my sister in so many ways. Like, she was such a badass in high school that all the tough kids, like if they were going to like pick on you or beat your ass, they'd be like, hey, are you Tracy's little brother? And I would be like, yeah. And they'd just be like, fuck, man. And they would just walk away from me. Like my sister was quick to violence like my father was. I remember seeing my sister, just pick up bricks and beat down like the toughest kid in the school, like the bully, and just stand over him and taunt him, and I absolutely love my sister. But
what's her name? What's her name, Roger?
Tracy. Yeah, Tracy. And she's been very destructive her whole life. And I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole with her, but despite her being destructive with, substance abuse and picking horrible partners that are abusive, I've never worried about her. She's just such a powerful soul, but my whole point of bringing all that up is everyone knew my family and who we were. But I remember when we first started going out, I think that, my wife's parents, Jennifer's parents, they were wild too. They weren't necessarily hippies, but, they smoked grass and enjoyed themselves and had a good time. But they were much more kind of like traditional Texans, where my father, my mom and dad grew up in Michigan, and my dad spent the bulk of his early adulthood in the prison system, for manslaughter and stuff. And so when we moved there, my dad was an outsider. My dad was a Yankee. My dad was kind of like a long-haired, hippie Yankee guy, but so he was always very much so of an outsider. But we went to prom together. What really sealed the deal for my wife and I is I joined the Marine Corps directly out of high school as a way to get out of the situation I was in. All of my friends that I went to high school and junior high with, within 2 to 4 years of graduating high school, were all in the prison system for production and distribution of methamphetamines. All of them.
One of my dear friends here on the 101 corridor in California, his dad was heavily involved with the Hells Angels and taking meth up and down the Western seaboard here. And he escaped. He became a SEAL.
Exactly.
He went to DevGru.
Very.
It's very interesting.
And
he did it to escape the raids from the FBI, all that shit. He's like, enough of this shit. I'm out of here.
Yeah. And it's like, you just see yourself like, well, if I stay in this context, I'm going to go into this tribe that I've grown up around.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting because that environment is so very similar to special operations, whether it's the SEALs, Marine Reconnaissance, Pararescue, Army Rangers, Green Berets. It's a tribe within a tribe within a tribe.
Did you ever do any cross-disciplinary stuff?
As in?
Like where basically when you were a pararescue, you would do like a 6-month stint with the SEALs, or when you were
Marine,
you would go to Delta Force when you were with Marine Recon, or
I have a very unique perspective with that. Because I was a reconnaissance Marine. I started out in the infantry in the Marine Corps. At the time, you had to do 2 years in the infantry before you could even try out to Marine reconnaissance. And so They wanted like seasoned, more, because young Marines are that classic cliche, young, dumbass fucking Marines, and so they want you to get that out of your system before you even try out for special operations and stuff. And as a young infantryman, a young grunt in the Marine Corps, I was selected to go train with the French Foreign Legion.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think
that's right, and that's in the book. That's right.
Yeah, and
that's right. That's a great part. Yes.
Fuck, man, that was so severe, bro. Like that was the most intense training that I think I've ever. Just how brutal it was. It was like,
but not the hazing of the pararescue, more just the training.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
okay.
It was just
and there's a great distinction. You talk about that in the book for anyone who wants to. You got to read this book, Warrior's Creed. There's some great. It's great.
Yeah, the Legionnaire training was just brutal. Like they didn't. There's a term that's used within the military of hazing, right? Like, so you can't train someone to laugh at them and kind of use them as the brunt of a joke and like physically humiliate them. Like you cannot. That's against the regulations of the traditional military. Special operations, whether it's SEALs, Rangers, Green Berets, reconnaissance Marines, pararescue, combat control, those environments are so severe that they realize that they do need to physically torture you. Like they need to fucking humiliate you and torture you to expose your own version of how you view your mortality. And it's a very difficult tightrope to walk because the military is so political. But what I really love about special operations is they don't give a fuck. Like the guys, those cadre that are in those roles as instructors, they realize like they don't want you to go to their tribe and not be the right person. So they're like, fuck the rules, man. Like I'm going to fucking torture you. I'm going to do shit to you that you can't fucking imagine because I want you to survive combat. Because I want to make sure you're the right person that's going to survive things that seem unsurvivable, period. And so you have to make people exceed their own resolve and their intent. A big part of.
But can I just draw this distinction? Combat scars you. Let's use your. It turns on the hard drive.
Yeah.
At any point, should your hard drive turn on?
Yeah, I think that it should touch it. But even just training to do those jobs, think about doing a halo drop with 80 pounds of equipment and it's 60 below. And there's maybe.
You're talking about saving someone in Alaska. By the way, these stories are in the book too, saving people all over fucking God knows where.
Man, and so just training in that environment is you're exposing yourself to a very high level of life and death, of mortality. Right. You become so inoculated to it. And I think that's a big part of training that has to be done. Like you have to inoculate people to life and death. I think the real difficulty.
God, can that be done?
So it's a fine line. And so, we're always looking at, and I know that, your background with, human physiology and training with the CrossFit stuff and just all of your passionate pursuits, as well as probably, I'm guessing a lot of the listeners, like we always try to figure out how to train better and more smartly. And what's difficult, and there needs to be a distinction made. There is a difference between health and performance. Those are two completely different fucking things. And I always use the analogy of a major league pitcher, right? Like let's go ahead and take, like someone who's throwing at the highest levels of pitching in Major League Baseball. They can throw 100-mile-per-hour fastball. And that is fucking impressive. If you ever stood next to someone that's done that, or stood next to the catcher that catches that ball, you're like, God damn, like that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, but I haven't, but I feel you.
Yeah. Now, if you take a leading like sports physiologist to go and like look at that guy's shoulder, that pitcher's shoulder is so imbalanced. Like there's no balance to his shoulder structure. That's performance. It's just like, fuck health. Let's make this thing throw 100-mile-per-hour, a ball faster than is healthy. That's
and it's kind of not if, it's when it breaks.
Yeah. And so that is performance. And so when we look at high levels of elite level commandos within the military, you are trained to an extremely high performance level. Unfortunately, that performance level is detrimental to the health of the individual. I mean, any professional sport. I mean, when you start looking at, CrossFit as a professional athlete, that's difficult to maintain. A lot of the guys that do it, they're not, 6 feet tall like me. There are exceptions, obviously, but most of those guys that are able to do that as a career are very compact, durable humans. The guys that can maintain that level of performance are much less prone to the injuries that can happen to them, and obviously there's ways that you can train durability. But my whole point is within elite level special operations, it's about performance. And we've started changing the dichotomy of this, changing changing the paradigm of this is with these HPO initiatives. So later on in my career, we started developing programs, human performance optimization. And the only way that we got the military to buy off on this is to try to get more mileage out of guys like myself. They just look at it as like, well, you're not gonna get out because you're mentally or physically broken. If we have sports physiologists, strength trainers, massage therapists, and psychs that live in these squadrons, live in these units to help people, and we sold it basically with trying to get more mileage out of guys. But my whole point when you brought up the whole thing with the military in combat injures people, it does, and there's this whole thing called a moral injury. So for instance, as pararescuemen, we were looking at why do guys mostly get out for PTSD? What is it about pararescuemen? I mean, just think of the amount of money that's invested in us, to train a Navy SEAL. Let's say that SEAL or pararescueman has over 20 years of service in him. That is an invaluable asset. Like, you can't just replace that shit. Like, to have that tenureship, that wisdom, and that
institutional knowledge, knowledge.
You can't replace that shit. And so you don't want to get rid of those guys. And so what we found when we started looking at this from a very smart perspective is we don't want to lose someone of that caliber, but we were losing guys because they were rough handling human remains. So, if you rough handle, mutilated human beings, that causes this moral injury to someone that you can't fix. And so the way that we look at it, just like if you're training sports physiology, well, you inoculate yourself to that, right? Like, you do supersets, you do fucking workouts that fuck you up worse than the training can do, right? Like, you inoculate that physiological response to either endurance or strength, stimulus. And so we looked at that within human performance of psychology, and we're like, well, how about we train guys in training with cadavers? We mutilate fucking cadavers, and we have them drag the. And so when you look at that, you're like, well, you are going to increase performance, but you're basically going to produce fucking psychos, like psychotic motherfuckers. That there's certain things that you need to be fucked up from, and one of those is dealing with mutilated human beings.
Yeah.
Like, that needs to fuck you up, because if that does not affect you, in a metaphysical way, you're a fucking psychotic. You're Jeffrey fucking Dahmer. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like that, that needs to be taboo. But so what's difficult is we had to skirt around that, and the way that I explain this, I'm often asked to speak to large groups of people about these specific things that we're talking about now. And
so that never happened. The military is not training with mutilated cadavers.
We do in ways. We do training that's called, there's live tissue training and there's cold tissue training. And cold tissue is dealing with deceased, mammals, but again, you have to train in the worst experiences of your life. You will only fall back onto the training that you experience, right? Like, we always fall to our level of training. We never rise in those moments. Like you can rise as a human being, but it's kind of like if you were in a UFC fight, right? Like if you're at a high level, you know, MMA fight, or you're wrestling someone that has a high level of Brazilian jiu-jitsu training, and you are not trained, it doesn't matter how much of a badass you are, you're going to get fucked up because they're more highly trained than you. It's just period. And so you have to train people to a specific level. And there's a lot of techniques. I mean, obviously the scope of your audience and podcast is not to peel the onion of all the ways that this is done, but it's very similar to way elite level. I was looking into you in your podcast, and I noticed that you had interviewed Hunter and
McIntyre.
Yeah. And so I know Hunter McIntyre from the CrossFit, or not the CrossFit Games, but the GoRuck Games.
Right.
And I am a cadre within GoRuck, and that guy's a stud, man. You know, I mean, he's an absolute. I mean, people should study that motherfucker. You know, I mean, there's some interesting things about that human being. I was very impressed with him. So take his intuition and his insight into how he trains, and apply that to the metaphysics of combat. Because when even at high levels, the highest levels of athleticism with obstacle course racing and the physical tests that he involves himself in, think about how arduous, you know, training for combat is at the highest levels. We train and are concerned with just the same amount of intensity that he is when he prepares for an event. And we have been groomed and selected for our entire lives to be that person at that moment. Just like Hunter McIntyre at an obstacle course race. He is the right person at that right moment for that fucking event. The men and women involved in special operations, especially as the assaulters, as the pipe hitters that are the brake legs, the guys that are going in to kill motherfuckers in the middle of the night, they are selected and trained just as well as Hunter is for an obstacle course race, doing what we're doing. And so if you just use your imagination, you know, we train every fucking way possible to survive that and make that fight as unfair as possible to the people that we're going in to either kill or protect. And as a pararescueman, my job is to, you know, attempt to save guys in that environment. So we will be in the stack of assaulters, and we're there to, if one of our guys gets shot, we're going to save their fucking life. If we shoot somebody that we want to save and then interrogate later, I'll save that guy's life. When things go horribly fucking wrong, just take in like the Geronimo mission of attempting to kill or capture Osama bin Laden. We all know that story. That helicopter crashed going into that compound. There have to be PJs right fucking there to, you know, either remove the bodies of the teammates or the SEALs or whoever the fuck is there. We have to be there immediately. And so the job of a pararescueman is to be prepared at that moment and be right there on that fucking X when that happens. That's what our job is. And it's a very odd, it's a different job than being an assaulter, you know, and I do have 12 years of my fucking life as a reconnaissance Marine. And that's the highest levels, you know, when people think of SEALs, it's all the same fucking thing. But projecting violence is one thing. At the tip of the spear, trying to attempt to project violence on a professional level is one thing. But as a pararescueman, trying to salvage that and be able to project that or to interact in that lethal environment, it's fucking crazy, man. And so it's like I do believe that the universe, God, the world, whatever you want to call it, it speaks in dichotomy. You know, like whatever is masculine becomes feminine. Whatever is violent becomes peaceful, you know. You know, having experienced, in my eyes, what I would consider, you know, the most violent combat that's capable by man, you know, hand-to-hand fighting in the mountains of Afghanistan, you know, having men begging for their lives and dying in my arms, you know, attempting to martyr myself and my teammates so they can't recover our bodies. You know, these things, you know, it's like, it's led me to this really crazy life of attempting to articulate those things and exploring, the softer side of myself, the beautiful side of that. I mean, since my retirement, I've gotten into psychedelics as a tool.
I saw the video. I saw the video just prior to the show.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I sent that to you late, but I feel
no, it's okay. It was fun. It was plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, one of the inexplicable things about my particular story that I try to articulate as clearly as possible within my book is, again, I think that living with courage, again, living with, risk, like we all live with risk. Did you want to play that, or is this?
Oh, he's just showing a clip. Go on.
Okay.
We always live with risk. We all live with risk.
Yeah. I mean, so with living with risk and living and embracing that risk with courage, I truly believe that creates this very, very odd force of what we attempt to call grace or synchronicity or serendipity. After experiencing surreal combat, the most violent combat that I've experienced in my 25 years of being within special operations, within 2 to 4 hours of landing the helicopter and kind of coming back to ourselves, there was a knock on our door. And this is in the middle of Afghanistan. And it was basically 3 gentlemen. There was one guy by the name of Casey Neistat, who is one of the most successful YouTuber vloggers in the history of the word. I think he even helped invent the term vlogging. This guy, Casey Neistat. At the time, he was just a kind of a quirky filmmaker. One of the other gentlemen was named a tattooer and artist by the name of Scott Campbell. There was another gentleman named David Kuhn, but these 3 men showed up at our compound, and we're in a secret compound.
Is this in Bagram?
Yeah, this is in Bagram, Afghanistan.
2010.
Yeah, in 2010, right? I mean, we're talking 4 hours within 4 hours of, blood, shit, feces, men begging for their lives. Within 4 hours of us landing to our compound after 8 days of experiencing this combat, these men show up and they want to make a documentary style movie about tattooing special operations guys right after combat. I've deployed a dozen times in the military, and I cannot possibly, I've never even heard anyone with a story that fucking weird, man. Like, that is so.
I know there has to be a
bizarre.
component of you that must have been like, hey, fuck off, guys. And then the other side.
There was. I mean,
right.
But I was so beside myself with grief and horror. And I'm sorry to the listening audience if there's not enough backstory to what I'm saying, but just read the fucking book.
Yeah, read the book. No, it's cool. Don't worry. Read the book. This is good. There's plenty. There's plenty. Yeah. There's plenty.
And I'm sorry if I'm lying. I'm trying to articulate this story, succinctly. But again, I'd been deployed over 12 times. But the combat that we had just experienced shortly before meeting these men, I was beside myself with grief and horror. I mean, to understand the level of combat is one of the men that I was with, that I was a mentor to, was shot in the head, and we had sewed the round. It didn't pierce his skull. It just stuck in his forehead. Like the round had come up, went through his helmet and stuck in his forehead. And the combat was so severe that we basically sewed the actual lead spalding and casing of the round into his forehead so he could continue to save lives that week.
Fucking nuts.
This is flying into combat
fucking
where
nuts.
It's fucking surreal, and this is flying a helicopter.
Hey dude, I know you got shot in the head. We're just gonna sew it shut and we'll deal with it when we get back. And what's that dude say when you say that to him?
Well, I mean,
is he like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Send me home. Again,
at the time, so I was the NCO. I was like the enlisted guy in charge of a group of pararescumen in Alaska. And we were tasked to go support the Rangers, the SEALs, and a group of 101st Airborne guys that were going to raid insurgent training camps on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan, like on the border, high up in the mountains. And
over 7,000 feet. You had to take the armor out of your helicopters to get there, to fly safely there.
yeah. And so, everything about this is so lunatic fucking fringe, and there's everything that I could say or attempt to describe. It's so hard to unpack, because the intensity was as high as it gets. And on the first mission that we flew, my buddy Jimmy was shot through the bottom of the helicopter. Now we're going to get men that one is dead and one is dying. No one else is coming to get them. They're going to die in the next 30 minutes.
Well, one of them's dead. The other guy is going to die in 30 minutes.
Yeah, and this is just one of the missions. I mean, we flew dozens of missions that week that were similar to this. And so to understand how severe this stuff is, this is flying into an active firefight on the side of a mountain where, you have a guy missing his fucking arm, dragging his dead buddy to you, and you're hoisting down into that. And we were doing missions similar to that 3 or 4 a day for 8 days. We would fly in and tracer rounds would just come through the helicopter, ripping through, and it looked like chem lights ripping through the bottom of the helicopter. And that isn't going to stop you from what you're doing. Like, you're still going to go in there, and you're still going to attempt to salvage and save those lives.
Do you ever get used to that? The first one must be like, holy shit, I can't believe that didn't hit us. Do you ever get used to the helicopter getting hit?
Again, man, it's like, you train so highly for those moments, but I think it's a timeless thing that when you're exposed to high levels of mortality, of life and death, that it's just a really weird, magical environment that you're in, right? Because, for instance, like if you got shot in the helmet and it just kind of blew out the side of your helmet, or your NVGs were shot off your head, or a bullet goes through the helicopter, when you would go and land the helicopter after that mission and you realize you're just like, holy fuck, like
my night vision goggles were shot off my face.
Yeah. And it takes
I'm
you a
alive.
moment where like guys will run their hands. Like, I know that this is just for me personally, but I've seen it in other men. You would run your hand across bullet holes in the aircraft and just touch it, just fucking touch it to try to physically connect with the psychological thing that just happened. Or if, as a PJ, like we flew in and we hoisted down and got guys that were ripped in half, or guys that were killed, shot in the throat, gargling and begging for their lives to you. And you transfer them to a higher level of care. And this all happens within the span of an hour or 30 minutes. And then you're back, and then you land, and and it's like, you want a Coke or a fucking Pepsi? It's like you're so far past who you were 30 minutes ago.
Roger, when you were dealing with people who were on life or death, did you ever hear shit come out of your mouth that you couldn't even believe? Like you're standing over someone, a strange man that you're trying to save his life, and you tell him you love him? Or shit coming out of your mouth, you're like, you just show up in full glory. That you're even kind of a witness to.
It's a really mixed bag, and I mean, I think that the moments that you're discussing, like I have a very deep reverence for those moments that I've experienced that with in my life. But I feel that I'm haunted by trying to articulate that to the rest of the world. Like I really.
Or it might be the
opposite,
like, hey, you fucking asshole, you have to stay alive. I fucking came here for you. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's a mixed bag, because it's bestiality meets fucking
God.
The greatest love you could have for a human. So, I mean, you could be
crazy,
cursing at them and fucking punching them in the face. You could be, I mean, guys that have been mortally wounded that, like their chest is ripped in half. I've gone berserkoid on them by punching them in the face or screaming at them, to holding them and crying, holding them. I mean, every emotion that you can experience, you experience very condensed within 3-second intervals,
just massive amounts of coping.
Well, yeah. And at the time you realize that it's not the moment to cope. It's you have to, again, there's not right or wrong, right? There's not right or wrong that I was taught from my fucking birth, that these men that were violent outlaws, that I could respect them more than some fucking politician that probably fucks kids on the weekends, I mean, it's just like right and wrong is in the gray area. And it's like, all I give a fuck is about making it better or worse. There's not right or wrong. It's like, are you trying to kill me? Well, I'm going to fucking kill you. Are you trying to kill the people I'm trying to save? I'm going to kill you. Even if I have to bash your head in with a fucking rock, or, it's like, there's just better or worse. And when men are dying, like I've had men, it's like, there's that thing of there's no atheist in a foxhole kind of thing.
Wow.
And I grew up about as atheist as you can fucking get. And I've had moments where I've looked into Christianity, but I think that when you really see behind the curtain, when you really see the horrific aftermath of projecting violence with modern weapons, what the fuck that does to people, and attempting to salvage that life, I mean, that's as close to God as you can get, to risk your life or attempt to martyr yourself and then attempt to save others in those circumstances. That's as close to God or the universal truth as you're ever going to get. And I think that mankind has always struggled with that, one of the difficulties I had was with just coming to grips with my own grief after my experiences. One of the things that was very beautiful to me was,
what's the grief? What's the grief? Not being able to save people, or the people you hurt?
You mentioned it earlier. You didn't mention it, but you alluded to it. There's two types of people in the world in a loose fashion. There's people that blame themselves for things, and there's people that blame others or outside circumstances for things. And most of the people within special operations, people who are high functioning, like I'm sure yourself, high functioning people will blame themselves.
Yes.
Period. And that is the thing that makes you good. That is the thing that makes you have an extremely high level of performance. We were talking about performance and health. That makes you have an extremely high level of performance, but at the limits of our humanity and our mortality, that's what's going to break you. Like the fact that I know I should save someone in any traumatic circumstance as a pararescueman. Like I'm trained and inoculated to train people who are ripped in half. And when I can't do that, I blame myself for that. Now I can consciously understand that if someone's missing the back of their fucking head, even if there was the best, I could get them within 10 seconds to the best surgical team in the world. Like that's a non-survivable wound. But when someone's you're holding someone in your fucking lap and they're begging for their lives and they die with that type of injury, you inherit the responsibility of that death. I don't care who the fuck you are. You inherit
a wide receiver just wants you to throw the ball, and the best wide receiver in the world will take complete responsibility for catching it. He will never blame the quarterback.
Exactly.
I know that's a much less. It's a much more superficial, less. But for it's like, yeah, that's why that guy went to the NFL. Every pass is fucking catchable. You just put it in there. I will get it. Throw it to me.
Yeah, and it's like that's what.
And like if you see someone wounded, even if maybe you get there and they're dead, you want to fucking bring them back to life.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, I've got this psychological connection.
You'll take the opportunity. You're up for it.
Trying to save my son as well. So it's like,
how great, man! How great is it?
And it's so that's what breaks us. So it's like I can't save that person. I can do CPR on my son, but I can't save him from an anoxic brain injury. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I was talking to a psych about this stuff, and they were like, he just laughed at me. He was like, everything that you're saying is what makes you good, but that's what also breaks you. That's what's going to break you. And to not be forgiving with yourself, and long ago, man, like back when I had that difficult knee surgery as a young man, I told myself that I wanted to use not only that injury in all these circumstances that are going to happen in my life. Like I want to use the military. I want to use my upbringing to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually, period. I felt like when I had to ask my father and Big Mike for permission to go in the military. Like if they would accept, these guys are like, like they hate the fucking government.
Right.
And I'm asking them, I want to go join the military as a career. And they're like, fuck no, you shouldn't do that, you know? And I kind of did that somewhat against their will. But I told myself, I'm like, I know I'm doing the right thing because the military is not going to use me. Fuck them. Like, I'm going to use them. I'm going to use this situation, this medium to develop mentally, physically, and spiritually. And that was my intention the whole fucking time, whether as a reconnaissance Marine, as a grunt, as a pararescuman, and then even as you know, like a special operations career combat veteran. Like, how do I use that to grow mentally and physically and spiritually? You know, and it's the biggest thing about it all is we have to let our experiences change us, period. You know, like, you have to let the things that you're assuming, again, we were talking about, like, you know, you blame yourself or you blame others. Well, if we're blaming ourselves for everything that happens to us in our lives, we have to, at some point, hopefully those experiences are going to change us. And, you know, when those experiences become so overwhelming, we have to be gentle with ourselves, and we have to allow that perspective to change us. I have so many of my friends that have experiences similar to myself. Career in special operations, multiple combat deployments, these things, and they don't let those experiences change them. Like, their paradigm of who they are and what they want out of their life is restricted, and they try to stay in that same mode or model. Like, it's like, once you get into special operations,
give me an example of that. Give me an example of this, Roger. So let's just take the freshest guy. You've gone through training. You're on your first deployment in Bagram, and you go out and you see some shit.
Yeah. So,
and when you come back, what would that change look like, or what would the pushback that you see the guys doing and not accepting the change?
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this that I really would love to get into, because, again, I feel I feel, you know, my new lease on life, like me surviving these experiences, like I have to be able to articulate them in an intelligible way. You know, I feel like that's the cost of it, right? Of seeing these things.
Wow. And a lot of guys go the opposite way. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's where, you know, it's like PTSD and drinking, right?
Yeah.
Or I believe even strongly in PTSD and, you know, tricyclic antidepressants. Guys that get strung out on Prozac and Zoloft, you know, you're just numbing symptoms, man. You know, and I think the best thing to do is to feel that fucking shit. Like, whatever it is you're trying to repress, like, fully inhibit that and feel that. Whether it's your shortcomings or your grief or you're blaming yourself, you need to feel all of that shit. Because on the other side of that is joy and love and acceptance. You know, so, for instance, you know, like a guy, this is a very real story. This is a very dear friend of mine experienced this. And we were doing something, but we were in vehicles. He was in a vehicle, and we were going to do like a direct action hit. So we have basically, you know, tier 1 level, like, you know, Delta guys with us, like combined armed group guys with us, and we're going to go do this direct action hit. So
this is when you're a Marine. You're a Marine at this time.
No, this is as a pararescuman. And so,
okay,
we're driving in a convoy to go do a direct action hit on a compound by vehicle. And the vehicle in front of us hits an IED, and there's multiple fatalities in the vehicle that my friend is in. Like, he's riding in the vehicle where other men die because an IED went off in the fucking vehicle. These situations are so severe, like, we don't give a fuck. Like, we don't stop for that vehicle. We continue driving to the target, and we go do whatever we were going to do, because mission had priority. Like, we still go and execute the mission. Other guys are called in to go deal with the fucking vehicle that got blown up. And anyway, we get back to our compound the next morning, and I'm talking to my buddy. And there's something that happens when you're around life and death. Like, you will to salvage your mental construct, you will be very rough on life and death. Like, you'll be like, fuck that guy. Like, I mean, even if, like, you and I are best friends and you die in the vehicle, you'll be like, man, fuck that guy. I never liked him anyway. Like, you do things to try to psychologically overcome feeling those feelings, because you have to continue doing, like the next night we're going to go do a mission again, similar to the one that he was just in, you know?
Right. And so, you're making sense. You're making perfect sense. It's coping. It's survival. Yeah, now it's become like his own personal survival. Yeah.
It's a very gritty coping mechanism, but it's timeless. Like the guys in World War I were doing the same fucking thing, but they were making fun of the guys that died in the vehicle. And my buddy was in the vehicle with him, so he has full say whatever the fuck he wants.
Right.
But what's interesting is as a year went down the road and we were car sharing together. So like we both live in this specific town in Alaska, and we were going in to do our job as pararescumen. Like we were on alert together or something. And he was like, Raj, he's like, and by this time I had openly become suicidal to where I wanted to like, and I know this is, there's so much to unpack with the things that I'm saying, but it was very aware. Everyone around me was very aware that I had broken psychologically with grief. Like even at work, I would take a knee and just like start crying uncontrollably. And I would stop and just get up and I'd be like, oh, I'm fine.
This is on deployment.
No, this is back in Alaska. Like back in Alaska.
Oh, okay.
We do on average one rescue a week.
And you would become, what, can you tell me what year this is?
Man, I'm fucking horrible.
Okay.
Horrible
did you talk about being suicidal in your book? I don't remember that.
2011 or 12.
Okay.
But yeah, I really wrestled with horrific, overwhelming grief. And
did you ever think of how you would kill yourself? Did you get that close to suicide?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was going to murder suicide my family.
Holy shit.
And so that sounds so severe, because what people have to understand is when you project violence at the most elite level of the military, right? Like life and death is such a commodity. Like it's so tangible to me on a daily basis. Like my life and my death are dealing with people that are dying. I'm with that weekly on the most surreal platform you could possibly, like jumping into a plane crash where the plane has crashed into a glacial lake of ice. And
whereas like if I'm working at a cash register and if I work at 7-Eleven and I drop some pennies on the ground, a 4-year-old kid will see them as super valuable and run over and pick them up. I've dropped 1,000 pennies on the ground and they've rolled under the counter because I work at 7-Eleven. It was literally like that. Like for someone like me who's been so protected in California, one dead body on the street and I would fucking scream and run in the other direction. For you, they were starting to become like pennies. Yeah. And I mean, like it's just to understand, to back up. Sorry, I'm trying to put like for those of us to understand this, some sort of metaphor or allegory for it. I enjoy it, and these things are difficult. But again, that intention was to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. So if I have put myself here in these situations and I have absorbed these life experiences that are so overwhelming with grief, then I need to helicopter with 11 dead bodies in it and you. Oh yeah, I mean, like we haven't even really gotten into that, but right. But I mean, I'm just trying to give people a visual of like some of the crazy. I mean, so yeah, I mean, fuck, man. I mean, like being overrun by the enemy and having 5 guys die in my arms, beg for their lives, hand-to-hand fighting, and then a helicopter comes in 3 hours later. We're getting shot at the whole time. We run out of ammunition. The dead Afghani or the dead insurgents are mixed in with the men I'm trying to save, like literally like next to each other, like bodies on bodies. It's so fucked up, and to get people in the back of the helicopter, like you fly out the living first, and this is in the middle of the night, below freezing, above 7,000 feet on the side of a mountain in Afghanistan, to load the dead bodies. And as I'm loading the dead bodies underneath the helicopter that's hovering just 10 feet above me, and as you lift those bodies to get them into the aircraft, the blood, the feces, and the piss is just coming all down on you. You get them in there. You all manage to get in the helicopter, and we're the last ones in, and there's no place to even sit in the helicopter but on the dead bodies of the men that begged for their lives in my arms. Just an hour earlier. Yeah, and I mean, we're talking, and you're so full of rage, hate, and love, lust, sex, violence. Everything is so peripheral to you, it's every emotion you've ever had at the highest level you can have every 3 seconds. And
to experience those things and live through them. I mean, just to take it even a step further. I mean, we went and landed. So 10 minutes of flying and we're back at Asadabad, which is a forward operating base. And you don't, like, those bodies in the back of the helicopter, those dismembered, mutilated bodies, you don't put those like in a body bag. What you do is you carry them over and you throw them in a fucking Conex box with the bodies of all the other fucking guys. The bottom of that helicopter is covered in blood and gore. You're covered in blood, brain, feces, cum, piss, everything that you can imagine. And we basically put those bodies in a Conex box, fly out, go get more ammunition, and sit and wait to get called within the next 30 minutes to go fly out again.
And it's from one of these missions that you come back that Casey and the other two dudes are there to talk
Correct.
to.
After 8 days of what I'm explaining to you, after 8 days of that, within 4 hours of us landing at our main base, these guys knock on the fucking door and they want to make a documentary about tattooing us. That is inexplicable.
It's so surreal.
That's, you know what I'm saying? I think that as human beings, we create religion to make sense of this fucking shit, right? Like that's so unexplainable. And so you have to be like, well, God is creating this sign. This is this burning fucking bush. This is this virgin fucking birth. You know, this is this fucking thing that is this spectacle that I'm forced to try to contemplate with.
I was at a party 3 nights ago, and there's a guy there, and this is why I confuse you. And he was a ranger, and then he was a pararescue guy.
Okay, yeah, it's very often that pararescuemen are prior other special operations. Like they've been in special operations in some other capacity. Then they come to pararescue. At least a quarter, maybe even more, closer to half. You know, maybe a.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, and it's because most people don't even know about pararescue until they see the result of projecting violence. Like, say if you're a young Marine infantryman and you're in the Helmand province and you're a fucking badass, you're a fucking machine gunner, and you're my son Orion. That's what my son Orion is doing now. And you don't even think that you're going to get fucking hurt or killed. That's why war is waged by the young. Right? Like, you have no sense of your mortality. You're just like, fuck it. I'm going to go murder motherfuckers and listen to like Metallica. You know, that's all that fucking matters. It's G strings. It's oiled up biceps. You know, it's masculinity in its most beautiful expression. I am fucking immortal. I am Diomedes. I am Achilles, and fuck you, you know? And again, like, that goes back to me saying, like, our species we are violent fucking animals with a high level of consciousness, you know, but I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes. So, but the first time that you experience projecting violence and you realize you just killed some fucking kids, maybe a couple women, and then your buddy got shot in the face and his whole fucking face was turned inside out, and you carried him for 2 miles while he was choking on his own fucking blood and brains. When that fucking happens, guess who they call? They call pararescuemen. Because nobody else is going to come into the middle of an active firefight. And we come barreling into the middle of that fucking shit, grab him, give you a fucking Red Bull or something, give you a fucking hug and look into your fucking eyes, and then grab your fucking buddy and like, we got him. And then after that experience, you're like, who the fuck were those guys? You know, wearing our.
It was probably a rip it.
Yeah, and they're like, that was just some kind of shaman that fucking interacted with me. And so a lot of the prior service special operations guys have immense combat experience that get into pararescue. And then again, what we were talking about, that subconscious connection, they want to save their fucking buddies now. They didn't even know what the fuck was going on when they were a young infantryman. But now they're like, I want to be able to do that for other people. I want to save him. I want to give a rip it to that motherfucker when he needs it. When he needs a Red Bull, I want to give that Red Bull to him. And so then they go through training again. They become pararescuemen. And that happens, at least a quarter of the force of pararescue is prior special operations guys, similar to myself.
And he said he was in Bagram in 2010. And I said, oh, I'm having Roger Sparks on my show. Do you know who that is? And he said, yeah, I know who it is. And I go, and he starts laughing. And I go, what's up? And he goes, I can't remember if he said he relieved you or you relieved him, but I think he said he relieved you. And he gets out of the and he's a big man. And he gets out of the helicopter and he's like, oh, fuck, there's someone here who's bigger than me. This is a big guy. He's like 6'4". And he said the first thing he remembers is like, oh shit, they got a bigger guy than me.
He's just being silly, man. But
I know this. I know he's a total great guy.
Yeah.
But of course he knew you were. His name's Josh Webster. He said you probably don't know who he is, but
yeah. I mean, it's such a small community, man. I mean, to understand, like, there's less than 300 pararescuemen active duty at any time. So
wow.
It's such a small force. And
how many in Alaska? How many stationed in Alaska?
Like 20 or 30, maybe.
Okay, wow.
And the only reason that those numbers are so high is because the mission rate for civilian rescues that we get called to do in Alaska are so high. Like on average, like whatever it is, like 52 or 57 rescues a year. And that's annual since the inception of rescue forces up in Alaska. And so we're allowed to do civilian rescues because the state is so vast. I mean, and even other, guys that do halo jumps or they're military parachutists, they have no concept of how active Alaska pararescuemen are. I've got, thousands and thousands of halo drops, but I've also have, like dozens of operational jumps, like to where you're doing the job to assist other people.
What's a halo drop? You fly over and let something out of the helicopter?
It's a loose term for military parachutes that, like a skydiving parachute in the military. It's not static line that you click it into as you jump out, the parachute deploys. Like you jump out and you fly where you want to go, and then you deploy your parachute.
Wow.
But
some of those guys just rotated our AOR too.
But yeah, I mean, so it's like the level of expertise up here. It's definitely on a different plane of existence. I mean, using those skills to regularly jump into plane crashes in the remote wilds of Alaska. So Alaska is so vast. It's like taking off from Dallas and jumping into Montana. And there's nobody in between. And that's a regular occurrence to the guys out here.
Just save a human being out in the fucking middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that was mauled by a fucking bear, or, they were just, there's more small planes in Alaska than there are cars. And so it's a normal thing for a family to have to get in a cub. That's the state troopers there. Troopers conduct 400.
Just troopers though.
Yeah, that's just the state troopers.
That's any indication. It's pretty intense over there.
Oh, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So the advent of satellite communications has changed everything as well. Because if you're having a heart attack in some remote village, you can get on your sat phone and we'll come flying in. We'll parachute into your location. Now you don't always have to parachute in. A lot of times we'll use Pavehawk helicopters. But often the state's so vast, if there's risk of death without you using a jump platform, because it's so much faster to get there. The C-130s and the C-17s can fly twice as fast as a helicopter to get to a location. So, but it takes the helicopters to get us out, but there's an army of people that run search and rescue up here in Alaska that's it's second to none. I mean, it's like the Indy 500 of search and rescue.
Roger.
It's absolutely the finest pilots in the world, from both the fixed wing to the rotary wing, and it's just because it's out of necessity. It's like there's so much necessity to doing it up here that you get really, really fucking good at it. And the whole reason I came up here as an Alaska Pararescuman was because of that.
You wanted to be with the best.
Yeah. When I recovered from my paralysis injury, I told myself, I want to go do this job to the absolute, I want to squeeze every ounce out of this job. And that's where, the Alaska Pararescue Unit, the 212th Pararescue Unit, is the best in the world, bar none,
Roger, I've heard you say it a couple of times about hand-to-hand combat. I don't remember reading about it in the book, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There are some incredible details in the book, from everything from, from the pararescues in Alaska and the wolves and all that crazy shit. And then of course, the bulldog bite, crazy details. But are you telling me that there was a moment down there when you're basically the ambulance, you're basically the paramedic or ambulance for the military, and you're down there trying to save dudes' lives, and another dude came up on you and you had to fight him to the death?
Yeah. And so I guess I got to kind of unpack a little bit more of what you're saying there. I mean, like, again, combat troops, specifically seasoned combat troops, whether they're infantry guys or the highest levels of commando units in the military, they know who pararescuemen are. And, us getting, tasked to assist people during this bulldog bite event that I'm discussing, they could not have done that operation without us assisting them. Like, no one else can come in there and do the things that we were doing. And that's not just pararescuemen, that's combat search and rescue. CSAR is a term used for pararescuemen that are paired with air crews that are specifically trained to fly into troops in contact and basically dictate that battle space and get those people out of there as soon as possible. I mean, so, us being there, it was already understood that this was a very severe operation that required things to be constantly performed in the gray area. But to answer your question specifically about the hand-to-hand combat, there's so much to unpack, man. It's like, I want to tell you the story from the beginning, and that's what it was so difficult about the book. There's so many things about my childhood. There's so many things about the details of my life. There's so many things about all of it, from doing CPR on my son to recovering from the paralysis injury to recovering from all these other list of horrible injuries that I put in that book. It's like a glazed donut, man. Like, I have to glaze over shit just to keep the book at like 300 or 400.
I fully get it. Get it.
But to answer your question specifically about the hand-to-hand combat, as we inserted into this, and I try not to go, you're doing an excellent job of keeping me on task, and I'm trying to regulate myself to the questions that you're asking, because it's so easy to go down rabbit holes,
I'm the master of ADD and going all over. All the listeners know that. Like, in 2 seconds, we could be talking about your kids again. So
I did a podcast last week. I did a podcast last week where I felt like I did a horrible job for them, because I just went down the rabbit hole. And sometimes I can get talking where an interviewer just wants to let me go, because some of the things that I'm speaking about, there's reference to them, like people dying in your arms or life and death. I mean, like, I know you don't want to interrupt me if I'm talking about doing CPR on my 4-month-old son. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and that's difficult. And so I'm trying my best to stay.
You're doing great. And I'm super comfortable interrupting people. It's like the biggest criticism of my podcast. Wow, you're an asshole. I'm like, I know.
But the hand-to-hand fighting in bulldog bite, what you have to understand, when we flew into that, specifically for the mission that I was awarded the Silver Star for, like, you have to understand that these men are so out of their minds with panic and rage and disbelief that are on the radio calling us into that situation. And so as we're flying into that, you can hear men on the radio's voice changing. You can hear machine gun fire and explosions over their transmissions to us. And they're literally only 5 or 10 miles from us. And when we take off, we're going to be there in like 15 minutes. And that has to be that way, because if you get shot in the chest with a 50 cal, if you are still alive, you're probably going to die in 30 minutes. And if I don't come and pick you up and physically put you in a helicopter and fly you to a surgical team, and you're basically having your chest cavity ripped open and everything being, ligated and sutured and surgical intervention. If that does not happen within the next 30 minutes, you're going to fucking die. And so all of these things are in place for this operation. And again, we were there for 8 days. And this particular mission that I mentioned, this hand-to-hand fighting, there was a desperation and a horror that was coming through that was very palpable over the radio. And these are seasoned combat infantry troops that are doing this. I mean, and these guys at this point at their lives, you could probably shoot their mother in front of them and they wouldn't blink an eye, And these guys, I could tell they were beside themselves with horror. And as we were flying into that, we knew that we had to do something. And that's not just me as a pararescueman. It's the entire air crew. The pilot that flew that was a guy named Marcus Maris. And the balls, the resolve, and the purity of intention to go fly into that and hold a fucking hover as RPGs are detonating within 20 feet of the helicopter, or, machine gun rounds are just punching through, the windshield of the helo or ripping through the cabin. That takes fucking nuts, man. And that takes more than like masculine nerve. Like that is shamanistic resolve and intention for your fellow fucking man.
Almost suicidal, right? Like, go ahead. But
you have to realize, like, when someone's begging for their lives, like, there's not right or wrong. Like, right or wrong is mitigate the threat, come in. The rule of rescue is don't make the situation worse, period. Well, making the situation worse would be getting the Pavehawk shot down on top of you as all you and your buddies are dying.
Right.
And that's what's a very peculiar thing about the mission of Bulldog Bite, of the one that I'm particularly talking about, is we knowingly went into, and with the only way that we mitigated that threat was through audacity. If we had not gone in and done what we had done, everyone in that platoon would have been killed. Period. And
you 49 guys were rescued out of there, right?
Over that week, there were 11 guys that were killed in action. That's us. That's U.S. troops killed in action, and 49 were traumatically injured that we rescued.
Yeah, amazing.
And that's, I think we had at the end a match.
And you're saying if pararescue wasn't there, all 49 of those dudes would have perished.
Yeah. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without even fucking thinking about it. Because these aren't guys that lost their fingers or their hands or broke their leg. These are guys shot through the hips, by crew serve weapons. These are guys missing their lower legs because they were hitting the lower leg with a 50 cal round and it just took it off. These are guys on the side of a mountain in below freezing conditions fighting for their fucking lives, and it was audacity. But I want to get to your question. But specifically, I believe I need to give context to the situation.
You're on point. Yep.
Some of these statements,
Yep. What was the helicopter's name again? Marcus what?
The pilot is Marcus Maris.
Yeah. Okay.
And what was
he
funny,
still alive? Is he still alive?
Yeah, I talked to him 2 nights ago. I'm very close friends with him. In fact, he's coming with us to do an ayahuasca experience in Peru early next year.
Wow.
I do believe strongly in the power of psychedelics to specifically for combat veterans, but for anybody that's experienced trauma. I'm a huge advocate for that. But the context of these things is the environment was so surreal already up to this point. There's Marcus Maris right there. And what's interesting too, so this is an interesting story. This guy is a badass, man. The shorter guy here to the looker's right, that is Captain Marcus Maris. I think he got a flying cross for flying Bulldog Bite. I think that's what that picture's from.
Yep.
He's a prior reconnaissance Marine.
Oh, wow.
He was a force reconnaissance Marine and wanted to get into rescue. And at the time, they didn't have officers involved in pararescue, so he started flying helicopters for rescue. And he and I were talking about this. And this is the stuff that only comes with a life of perspective. He was like, Roger, he's like, if it wasn't, I mean, both of us are reconnaissance Marines at that moment, sharing that together. And there's such a kindred brotherhood amongst whether it's SEAL versus recon and recon guy, Ranger, like we know where we're coming from. And I trust him with my life, with my son's life, with these men's life on the ground. And I think both of us being there together, there was just this kindred understanding of suffering and humanity that there was just communication going on without speaking it. And it's again, I mentioned that a quarter of the force is prior special operations, and that's a great example. So, we're flying into the situation. Now, I wanted to digress on this because I think you'll think this is funny as shit. And it's not in the book, I don't think, but it's very funny. But, you give yourself code words and stuff. Like we all have brevity codes. So if you want to talk to Roger, you're not like, hey, Roger, get on the fucking, I'm talking to you. We're coming in 15 minutes with the helicopter. What Marcus did, Marcus is a real funny motherfucker. Early in the deployment, we developed funny nicknames for each other. And remember that show, American Gladiator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, there's like Anvil. We made up funny American Gladiator nicknames for each other.
Right.
And so he was Cyclone and I was Anvil.
Okay.
And so it's just these funny, stupid fucking nicknames, and you can just say certain things on the radio because, and I don't want to give away like military secrets or stuff, but this is very sophisticated combat. And at the highest levels of like tier 1, yeah, there you go. The highest levels of like tier 1 combat, we have an immense ability to use technological data when we're fighting combat. And so the reason for these funny nicknames is like, we're literally, as we're flying the helicopter into that, we're listening to the insurgents use cellular communications on these little Nokia phones. We're listening to them communicate to each other. Sometimes we will use radio communications and let them hear what we're saying, but it's so sophisticated that we're listening to what they say, and it's being basically interpreted from Afghani Pashtuni to English as we're flying the helicopter into the site.
Wow.
And we have grid coordinates where that cellular communication is coming from in reference to us, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, as we're flying in, even in our radio sets, it's saying like position 1, 500 meters north of you is saying, martyr yourself for the helicopter, and so you're looking 500 meters north of you for a guy with an RPG,
Yeah.
And that's all happening as we're flying in. And so as we're flying into this, and this isn't flat terrain. This is very steep. So we have to hoist in and out of this. You're not landing the helicopter anywhere. I mean, this is almost to the point to where you need ropes to navigate the terrain. And that's what they call 5th class terrain. Like if you need ropes to safely move, it's called 5th class terrain. But this is very mountainous, arduous environment. And so basically every time that we would try to do that, we would just try to hoist into wherever we thought was, relatively alongside the coalition forces. But if somebody's in a firefight in this mountainous terrain, it's very hard to see stuff. So as we're flying in, you just see chaos. You see tracer fires ripping through our aircraft, the terrain beneath you. And we're flying and you come into a circle, you're going 100 miles an hour in the helicopter and you just come around. And as soon as we come around in a circle, and I'll just point my finger where we want to go, and we started hoisting down into that firefight. As soon as we got into a hover, we're hoisting 40 feet below onto the ground. And as we were doing that, rounds were impacting the hoist cable.
By hoist, you mean you're 40 feet off the ground and you jump out of the helicopter on a string?
Well, we're being lowered on a metal cable, like 2 pararescuman at a time. And to understand how intense what was happening to us right there is the steel cable, which is a 1/4 inch in diameter, was shot 6 times. just us, just us trying to come in.
How do you know that afterwards? There's a review of the cable and you can see where it's been hit 6 times.
Yeah. So at the time you don't, right? And so then as the, after we landed back in, our main base, like, of course, they're doing routine maintenance on the helicopters as soon as possible. I mean, they're fixing shit with duct tape and stuff. Yeah, you can see that cable right there. That cable itself was shot like 6 times. And what's funny, the cool about this video right here, this is video from Casey Neistat, basically 2 days after these events that I'm talking about. And we had to go and test because they replaced the cable in the helicopter. And I was like, why don't you guys come out and just fly around with us for a second, and I'll hoist you just so you kind of can fly around in a pavehawk in a combat zone. And I think literally Cyclone is flying that helicopter right there. And you got to understand, like, us doing that with civilians is completely against the rules.
Oh yeah, I suspected. Yes.
We gave 0 fucks. Like, we literally don't fucking care. I mean, because we had just come from this fucking meat grinder. I mean, I think I was still covered in blood and brains. Like, I didn't shower for like a month after that, because I was too fucked up mentally, But we flew into that situation and we hoisted 40 feet from the helicopter to the ground. And as soon as my foot touched the ground from that hoist, an RPG detonated 20 feet away and knocked myself and another pararescuman to the ground.
Were you still were you attached to the hoist?
Yeah, we're attached, but I mean, it's, I could get all into the details of that, and we can go down some deep fucking rabbit holes of every little nuance. But what you have to understand is we were immediately pinned down by overwhelming machine gun fire from 3 crew-served machine gun positions. And multiple RPGs were detonating, well within 50 feet of us. The first one hit 20 feet away. But the entire time we were on the ground, just overwhelming machine gun fire, pinning us down.
How did they not kill you?
I have no idea. It's like, even on the hoist, I was like, I'm going to fucking die. Like, I have.
Who was on the hoist with you? Can you tell me his name?
Yeah, his name is Koa Bailey.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's a very dear friend of mine. He's still in the military.
Wow.
You got to understand, I was in the twilight of my career when this happened, and he was just beginning. This was his first deployment. But he's a wonderful soul, man. He's a very, very beautiful human being, man.
And then the copter leaves. You guys get dropped. There's the explosion. Immediately shit's going wrong, and the helicopter has to does it drop the cable on top of you? He cuts the line and leaves?
No. So they basically drug it away from us because they kept it on the ground. And again, this is where I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole. You're making me go down the rabbit hole.
Sorry.
But I mean, they hovered above us for 30 seconds to a minute. The amount of fire that was ripping through that aircraft and RPGs that were being shot at, absolutely overwhelming. The machine gunners on the left and right of the Pavehawk opened up and expended like all of their ammunition right there, just trying to cover us, because they don't know after that RPG blast if I'm injured or killed, or if I was shot, injured, or killed on that 40 feet hoist down. And so the pilot's just holding that shit with immeasurable courage, man. I mean, for me, for Koa, for the effort of us there. I mean, it's such a convoluting emotion, because when he was, as those machine gun casings were firing down, you realize that 50 cal off of both sides of the aircraft are killing people that are trying to actively kill you. And that is a very strange emotion to absorb in the moment of surviving life and death, But as the helicopter left and the situation became more dire, if you can possibly imagine that. Sorry, I'm burping.
I burped too.
It became more and more desperate. The desperation of having, just attempting to survive every 3 seconds is very overwhelming. And at some point you really have outer body experience. You know, you have that time dilation where it speeds up and slows down. The things that you're seeing, feeling, and hearing are very distorted. It's surreal, and that's what I mean by surreal. But in the midst of this moment, when we made contact with the friendly position, with other coalition men on the ground, an RPG had detonated the position as I'm running to them up the side of this very steep hill. An RPG detonated where we were running to, and it knocked me back downhill.
This is nighttime?
The sun is just setting.
Okay.
And it knocked me back down the hill. And then as I came back up, those men were mutilated, you know, from the RPG blast, you know. And what was very concerning was they were out of ammunition. And so when you hear things and you feel things, but your cognitive brain is very turned off, you know, like you're just kind of on an autopilot. You know, it'd be like trying to do a crossword puzzle, but someone hits you in the side of the head with a bat. Like you're trying to do things, but you're operating from a very primordial brain. Like you're not cognitively, you have no fine motor, you know, like everything is very, very gross motor. And what was very difficult is I found out that they had no ammunition. And so we were being overwhelmingly fired upon from multiple locations. You would hear stuff sporadically going off around you, you know, and you're in the middle of it. And to realize that that was all enemy fire was a very sinking despair. Remember, I used that term, the wet blanket. Like that wet blanket really came over us, and it was like, all right, we're gonna fucking die. You know, like we are gonna fucking die right here, and that's okay. And it was just like immediately like, okay, fuck it. You know, it's like, let's make this situation better. And I talked to one of the men that was there, and he was panicked, you know. And I only bring this up because you can be the most experienced warrior, the most lethal, most experienced warrior, and at some point something will incite panic in you. It doesn't matter how much you fucking train. And I've been haunted by these experiences, and no one has the right to judge anyone that is in that state. And this man was in panic. He was in a panic mode, and he knew where the casualties were. And I'm just trying to understand, because usually what will happen as situations escalate in combat is you'll collect the wounded and dead in a specific location. And we call that a CCP, a combat casualty. It's like a collection point for casualties.
Casualty collection point.
And it's going to happen whether a fucking school is bombed, a mass shooting, anything. Like people will just bring injured and dead people together.
Standard mass cal practice.
Yeah, and it's a standard thing. And I was asking him where that was, and he knew. He's like, it's over the hill. Don't go, you'll get killed. And this guy had been shot through the face, and his teeth were knocked out, and his cheek was ripped open. To understand how out of it he was asking me for a smoke. And we use different signals, like Nordo signals, where I have different colored smokes. Like if I want something from the air and I can't communicate it, I can throw a smoke that's a signal that means I would want you to do this specific thing at this specific location because of this specific smoke location. But in real combat, it's just a fucking mess. Like all of those signals are mixed because you have people trying to mark positions with yellow 40 mic rounds. And it's just a giant shit show, like nothing. And that's the fog of war. Like literally, like you can't communicate with people to your right and left. You only hear people screaming or rifle fire, you know, or machine gun fire or explosions. When explosions happen, everything stops. All things stop when big booms happen. And this is a long story that I was just trying. You're asking me very specifically, and it's not a naive question, but the hand-to-hand fighting thing. So you have to understand that they're out, you know, the unit that we're coming to service here, they're out of ammunition. I mean, and at most, you know, an infantryman's going to carry 8 mags. That's a lot of fucking ammo. And that 8 mags is going to probably be shot within 30 minutes. Like, I mean, and this is we're well within the 30-minute to an hour window at this point. And what you have to understand is combat is a measure of, and again, I'm going down a rabbit hole, and I don't know if you want me to go down this, but I think it's just insightful for people to understand. Combat is not like you think. It's not like on Call of Duty. It's not like on a movie, you know. It's a really odd thing, and it has to do with intimidation. And so that's where if you have crew serve machine guns, you can kill people with crew serve machine guns, sure, but what crew serve machine guns do is it stops people from moving. So if someone starts shooting at you with a crew serve machine gun, they're not necessarily killing you, but they're pinning you down. Like, you can't move. You go behind a rock, and then shit's just dirt, rock, and gravel, and ricochets are happening all around you, and you're just laying as flat to the earth as possible. Now, those are volleys of machine guns that are doing that. So there's a sustainability of that, but there's also a dance to it. Like, they'll fire, and then another machine gun will fire as well. Now, while they're doing that, enemy, like infantry, will assault on a position. And you try to get people into like an ambush. So like if you're here, the enemy's going to try to pin you down here. So like there's machine guns shooting at you from the top of the screen and pinning you down here, while guys from over at this side start trying to creep in on this way. Then these guys are going to kill you. But you try to get people in like a right angle. That's how you kill people in combat. And that's just a basic flanking maneuver. The Afghanis, I mean, from the Taliban till Al-Qaeda, they are fucking beautiful in these maneuvers. They are fucking lightning fast. They're Usain Bolt wearing fucking rags and no fucking shoes. And they will do this to you very, very quickly. That is the whole purpose of them with those crew serve machine guns. They were trying to keep you from moving. And there's going to be about 5 or 10 guys from the side rush around, and they're the ones that are going to fucking murder you. That's the way ground combat truly works. And I'm sorry about going down the long rabbit hole.
Dude, it's fucking great. It's great. It's
you know,
great.
people think, oh, I have an M4. You know, they have this sexy M4. Yeah, sure, you can kill motherfuckers with an M4, but there's no intimidation to it. So if you're shooting at somebody with a suppressed M4 in a high desert environment, you're not going to intimidate them at all. You know, and so much of fighting is intimidation. And what we rely on for CSAR is supporting fire, whether that's artillery or helicopters. At the moment, we had Apache helicopters that were assisting us by providing chain gun fire, like their machine guns off of an Apache attack helicopter, and Hellfire missiles. The difficulty with that is an Apache helicopter shoots everything off the front of the helicopter, and so they have to fly away from you. They fly 10 miles away and then fly right at you to affect. You can see this machine gun at the bottom of that, and then there's all these missiles on the sides of those. Those are Hellfire. That's a Hellfire rocket pods there. And so this Apache is an incredibly effective helicopter for ground combat guys. But the problem is when it flies 10 miles away, it's not intimidating. So when our helicopters have, if you can pull up a Pavehawk helicopter with a 50 cal on it, our helicopters, the guns shoot off the sides of the helicopter. And so the way that those Pavehawks help us is they just circle over our heads the whole time, very close, like very, very fucking close, right over our heads. And that's a circular pattern that they're flying. So the enemy knows if they shoot at us, this fucking 50 cal is going to fuck them up.
Meaning they'll give up their position and this guy can get them.
If you're shooting at us and I instantly say to the helicopter, 12 o'clock, 300 meters, then they know immediately, north of my position, 300 meters away, just start hosing that fucking thing down with machine gun fire. So now effectively what that's doing is keeping them from moving, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So now it's like, and so that's the difference. So like our helicopters, what you have to understand, ran out of fuel and ammunition. Again, because it was so high, we were carrying limited fuel just to get to that altitude. We were carrying like 10 minutes bingo fuel. Like you have 10 minutes on station to get me and another PJ in there. And if you can't do that in that time, we're going to run out of gas and the helicopter is going to crash out of the sky. So it's like you get us in there as fast as you fucking can, provide support, and then leave. And so everything is like an Indy fucking pit crew tire change. Like the timeliness of everything is very fucking intense. We passed that corridor. Our supporting helicopters, the ones that shoot off the side, ran out of ammunition and fuel because we can only bring so much up to that altitude because it was so high. The higher you go, the less dense the air is, and so it's like the aircraft performs worse and worse and worse the higher and heavier it gets. And so, again, we're at the lunatic fringe of what's possible in this situation. And they left us there. And Marcus Maris left us there knowing that we're going to fight through life and fucking death on this thing. And he trusted in me and I trusted in him that even if I'm fucking dead, he's going to come back and get my body. And I trusted him I trust him with everything. But during that situation, so the tactics changed and we had to rely on the Apache helicopters. The Apache helicopters are much more effective in a lethal perspective. But what happens is they fly away from us. And when you fly away from us, the insurgents think they can do whatever the fuck they want, because even though that helicopter is going to come back, but if the helicopter's not there, they're not intimidated by it.
They have a window to do something.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all timing and windows. And so, and again, I might be going way too down a rabbit hole. I mean, we're just talking about tactics and shit. But I mean, me personally, as a very seasoned ground combatant, I was of the thinking of there's no way that they can fucking sustain this level of fire. Like the amount of machine gun fire that's taking place, they're going full cyclic on us and trying to take our helicopters down. Like they're going to run out of ammunition as well. Like you can only carry, I don't care how strong, and these insurgents are absolutely superhuman in the things they can carry in the mountains. Like a machine gun is heavy and the ammo is even heavier. Like to think about a Dishka or a PKM machine gun in that terrain with 1,000 or 2,000 rounds of ammunition, that's 50 fucking pounds of dead weight. And they can only carry and sustain so much of this attack. And I was just of my thinking, I'm like, they're going to run out of ammunition. And then that's going to allow me to access these casualties. So these things, if you could go back over to the side view, you had a picture there. Yeah, you see this right here. Look at how big that fucking thing is.
Yeah.
And
even the tripod's heavy.
Yeah, those motherfuckers will run with that at a sprint. They're like Usain Bolt with that fucking thing.
Crazy.
And the ammo is heavier than the machine gun. I mean, think about firing that weapon for 30 minutes to an hour, how much ammunition that takes. And so my thinking was that they were going to run out of ammunition. There's no way they can sustain that. But to understand where we were at, we were basically, our intention of fighting them where we were, those were insurgent training camps on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan. So imagine Ranger School for the Al-Qaeda, Ranger School for the Taliban. That's where we were. And so they had they had a lot of munitions, And so we were there to destroy these insurgent training camps.
It's basically their bases.
Yeah. And so we called in.
It's the hive. Once again, it's the hive. You were attacking the hive.
Yeah. And we called in again, man. Here's something I want to get to, if you could remind me as we continue speaking. But the details have never mattered, only the emotion. I want to get to that in a little bit, but I'll keep going on the story. But the details have never mattered. It's only the emotion. But and that's where I kind of get upset, is I'm kind of talking about the details. And in Zen meditation, there's a very famous quote that's, the finger pointing at the moon is not the moon. So many of us get so wrapped up at the finger and not the moon. The moon is what's important, not the finger. And that's my problem with modern day religions and spirituality, is we get so hung up on the fucking finger and not the moon. Think of that like in CrossFit, right? Like CrossFit, people get so into the details of it versus the intention of it. Like you're trying to make durable, tough motherfuckers, not spritzy, sexy little things. Like the details do matter, but that's not what we're doing. Like it's the intention is the moon, not the finger.
Right.
And maybe that's a bad analogy, but I'm just trying to relate it.
No, yeah, Lao Tzu said that too. I'm pointing at the moon and you're staring at my finger. A little bit.
That's a very famous Zen koan. It's the point of religion and spirituality is that finger pointing at the moon is the whole thing. But
by the way, we're surrounded in a society that's stuck staring at the
yeah,
finger.
correct. It's like they want to talk about the sports watch that's judging your fucking cals and your fucking heart rate and not your effort and your intention as a human doing the work.
Or how about this? Let's say I were to tell you that that climate change is completely wrong, that climate science is complete bullshit and you've been tricked. And instead of being like, oh, can you explain that to me? You say, Sevan, you're a fucking asshole. Well, now you're staring at the finger. I'm fucking pointing at the fucking moon. Yeah.
You're just emotionally reacting.
Yeah, I'm just showing you the moon. I know you don't want to look at it, so you're attacking me. I get it.
Yeah, totally. We can use that analogy to COVID or whatever the fuck, But,
right. Okay.
But yeah, let's get back. I want to try to round this out so we can move on. But at some point,
do you not want to talk about it? Is there a party that's fuck you? I'm not talking about it. Okay.
It just seems mechanical, is all. Okay. But it's fine.
Well,
I think do
you know how many people have? It just sounds unfucking believable that you're in this fucking situation that's complete fucking, like you said, the fog of war, complete chaos, and then all of a sudden you're face to face with a dude who wants to kill you. It's like, I just can't imagine looking in the eyes of someone who wants to kill me and being like, oh shit, here we go.
Yeah, that's a timeless thing. Most people who experience combat, they never physically connect with the people that are trying to kill them. The thing about firearms is it reduces distance, right? Right. Distance becomes a relative because if you're standing 100 feet away from me, you can still shoot me in the face. But if someone's 5 feet away from you, you get very focused on them because animalistically we have evolved to deal with threats that are within, arm's reach.
Yeah.
Again, we're just hairless fucking apes. And so we bash each other in the head with rocks. Technology fucks up the fact that, you can shoot me from 100 meters away and it's still going to kill me. So it's like distance becomes irrelative to mortality,
This book talks about it a lot too, where it says the further away you are from the person you're killing, the less likely you are to experience any sort of mental trauma.
Yeah, and that's where I was talking about technology surpassed humanity. To have to physically beat someone to death is different than shooting them.
Right.
It's just, if you shoot
or a drone
head,
strike is like nothing.
Yeah. But if you have to do that with a fucking claw hammer, it's a different thing. It's a much more brutal, contextual thing to do that.
Especially since we're just mirrors of each other. You basically killed yourself.
Yeah, man. But that's later on, right? That's later on in reflection. And that's why, projecting violence, and this is, again, I'm digressing, I apologize, but if you want to solve problems with violence, you inherit grief. Quote me on it, put it on a fucking billboard, whatever. If you're solving problems with violence, you inherit grief. And unfortunately, with our country, if the young men that do that, they inherit grief and they come back and it just fucking breaks them, and I don't care who says what, man. If you've killed somebody or you've had someone begging for their life, enemy or your best buddy, you inherit grief from that. I don't care what you say to me, and you're going to be a little more tender because of that experience. If anybody's in need, you're going to be a little more fucking amenable to that need. And that's the gift of the grief. But in this situation, where we're talking about our Pavehawk helicopters left, the Apaches came in. I think we had 4 Hellfires impact well within 100, 150 meters of us,
Wow.
And again, the difficulty is the helicopter has to fly 10 miles away, and we're in a valley. We're in a steep fucking mountainous Afghan valley. And so they have to come in and out of that valley to do anything with their weapon systems, and they would fire their missiles. And I had no intention of living. When you have a Hellfire missile fired at you from 8 miles away from an Apache and it's coming right at you.
And you're calling them, you're telling them to do it.
Yeah. And now these guys are pipe hitting motherfuckers, man. They know their job. They know their weapon system. They know their helicopter. And the optics involved in an Apache is so on point. Like they're seeing, they're not looking at like thermal, like a hot, like they're not looking at like, just blurbs on a screen. They can, are you wearing a helmet or not? That's what they're looking at. If you're not wearing a helmet, you're an insurgent. I'm going to fucking kill you. And so they were having a hard time because the enemy was so mixed within us as coalition forces. They were having a hard time releasing their weapons because they knew that they were going to kill or mutilate the dead of the coalition forces. And so, you can call in, a term. I mean, some people are probably familiar with it, like danger close. Like I knowingly inherit the responsibility of you calling these weapons in on us. Like I know that it might kill or harm us. So just do it. Like, cause we're out of ammunition. That's where we were. And they fired 4 Hellfires, and those things came at us, man. And there's moments that I've experienced in my life. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the movie Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the cyborg at the end where who's the actor in that? Who's the
Christopher Walken? Was it Christopher Walken?
No, not Christopher Walken. The tough cyborg, the real badass cyborg. And he has this quote, and he's dying at the end because now these cyborgs, if no one's ever seen the movie Blade Runner, man, like fuck off. You guys need to see the movie. Right? and so basically it's these cyborgs that have become self-conscious that they're dying. And they have this lifespan of just like 5 years, but they're made for combat. And again, that talks to what we were talking about earlier with the performance versus health, right? And so this combat model realizes he's going to die. And Harrison Ford is this cop guy that can find and kill these cyborgs that are trying to be immortal. Long story short, this cyborg's dying at the end, and he has this quote. He's like, the things I've seen with my eyes, the things these eyes have seen. And he uses some weird, beautiful metaphoric thing where he's, right there, man.
Isn't that Walken? Isn't that Christopher Walken?
No, that's Rutger Hauer, brother.
Oh, yeah. And
it's such a beautiful scene. What's really interesting, he didn't have any scripted dialogue. He just came up with that. I know I'm going down a rabbit hole, but I love that movie. But he's talking at the end of it, and he's talking about the things, and he realizes that his system's dying. Like he's dying before the camera right now. And it's this cyborg that's experienced horrific futuristic combat. And he talks about the things he's seen with his eyes. And he goes into this beautiful quote of, I've seen the quasars of novas of Endor and shit. He's just talking about these ethereal things that he's seen in space. And I definitely feel like Rutger Hauer at the end of fucking Blade Runner, because seeing those Hellfires come in at us was one of the most surreal things I've ever seen. And they were ballistic. So they were flying faster than the speed of sound. And as it got closer, you could hear the servos of the rear control mechanisms on the missile itself controlling it. It would fire, and you would hear like whoop, whoop. You'd hear like those old 80s things, from like the Van Halen.
Yeah.
You would hear that sound as it was coming at you. And it would go right over our shoulder, like above right where we were, and impact and defilade, like on the other side of a small hill of where we were, and it would be deafening. And I've described this to other people that I've told the story to, that those impacts were so powerful that it altered my DNA. Wow. The concussion, percussion, the force of that was life-altering, to say the least, And each time that would happen, all of the machine gun fire would stop. And it would stop for about 30 seconds to a minute, because I think everybody, either it hit the assholes that were firing the machine guns at us, or everybody was just like they're just like, I mean, there's fucking cerebral spinal fluid running out of your fucking ears after that. And we did that. There were 4 Hellfires that impacted there. And then at some point, we became even more desperate due to the situation. And we called in a 2,000-pound bomb. And now that 2,000-pound bomb was not going to be guided, because basically the Apaches ran out of fuel and ammunition as well. And that's a term that we use in the military, like they're whiskey or they're going bingo. Bingo is usually fuel, but you can say I'm going bingo on ammo or whatever. I'm black on ammo, but they ran out of missiles and munitions as well. And they left us. And this is all in a very tight timeline. Like we'd maybe been on the ground, maybe 30 minutes when all of this had taken place. The F-18 checked in with us. F-18 fighter checked in, and it dropped a 10,000 pound or 2,000 pound bomb. And that, again, we had to call in danger close. And it was just one of those things that we had no even thought that we would live through every 3 seconds before up to that moment. And we were just wanting to kill as many insurgents as possible with us. And that's all we had. And we called that in danger close. The pilot gave us his ominous dominus. I think he even said, God be with you or something like that when he dropped it. But he dropped that thing just on the other side of this hill. And I've got satellite imagery of all this stuff. But they dropped that bomb. And when it detonated, something in me at some point had just gone so animalistic that when that impact hit, I ran over the knoll that we were at and ran to the casualties. Because again, subconsciously, I'm trying to save my son. And I sprint up over this hill. And immediately when I did that, I ran.
Where's Koa at this time? Is he with you?
He's right with me the entire time. And his job is to establish communications, but we're in the mountains. And at the time we were using, satellite communications, very advanced satellite communication network. But in the terrain, it was non-feasible. Like the directions that we had to satellites were obscured by the mountains themselves. And so he was trying like with everything he could to communicate. And there's a lot of ways you can do. You can try to daisy chain radio networks to talk to other radio networks, but we didn't have line of sight with our helicopters. And they were so battle damaged that they were getting repaired and fixed and fueled to come back and get us.
Hunter McIntyre just chimed in. He says you're a total fraud. Hunter, he knows where you live, buddy. You better watch out.
But yeah, I saw Hunter, man, at the Go
Ruck. Yes.
Yeah, my God, man. I mean, my hat's off to that guy. He's a fucking beast.
Okay, sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Yeah,
So you guys are right. The 2,000 pound bomb goes off, and you're running towards where you're assuming the casualties are being.
Yeah, ran face to face with collected. An insurgent that was wrapped up into all that, and basically tripped and cartwheeled over him. And because I was running at full force right over this thing. And I literally thought that we had 30 seconds before the machine gun fire was going to kick up. And I mean, at this time, there was dirt and rocks and shit still falling down from the explosion that had just happened. I mean, man, nothing prepared me, no training, no upbringing or anything.
If you drop a 2,000 pound bomb on a stadium, the stadium's gone? Like it blows up? No.
I mean, like
blows up a football field?
It's like, I mean, if I was to throw a hand grenade, out in an open field, it's very, it's not impressive. It just kind of goes pop, but if you throw that thing in a room, everybody's dead in the fucking room.
Right. Okay.
But, like even machine guns, like a M4, like your classic, like military M4, it's not impressive at all to shoot. It's just a 22, it's just, I mean, lethality has nothing to do with impressing, it's not a Hollywood fucking, it's just a massive, the thing that's very impressive about it is the percussive explosion. But that weapon dropped, I don't know, maybe 500 meters. I don't even know. I'd have to look at it, but it was on the other side of a hill from where it detonated to where we were. But my whole point is when I made it to the location of the casualties, and again, this is in hindsight, some of those hellfires had impacted the casualty site, the missiles that we called in, because the insurgents had gone to that casualty location and were killing the dead and wounded at that site. And this is just from where we were calling them in. I mean, less than 100 meters, from that. And when I got there, I mean, absolutely surreal, just the bodies and the difficult situation that was there. I mean, think of the forces it would take to blow armor off of somebody. Think of the force that it would take to blow, generically issued body armor off of a human body. Those are the forces that we're talking about. And there were people that were still alive, from that. And I mean, these are guys with their arms and legs turned around backwards, or, plate size holes, like dinner plate size holes in their chest, just trying to breathe, And I came up to them and they were conscious enough to just reach out towards me, and I cover all this stuff in the book, but
yep.
It took me, because at this point I was just kind of surviving the surreal circumstances from moment to moment, but that it took me, a weird amount of time, like 30 seconds of me just staring at the first casualty that I saw to snap out of it. And I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't know how to treat that guy. Guys, legs turned around backwards, armor ripped off of him, and he's breathing in short, gasping breaths. I could see his lungs breathing.
I mean, in the book, you talk about like even the lollipops. You give a guy a lollipop, he dies. You pull the lollipop basically out of his mouth and save it so you can give it to the next guy.
So, as far as the hand-to-hand fighting, there were enemy insurgent dead mixed in with the living and wounded and dead at the site that I went to start treating guys. At this point, the sun started going down to where we had no illumination, like the moon hadn't come up yet. It was very dark, and I was crawling up and down this trench just trying to drag everyone together. And so Koa had some wherewithal. He knew that I was getting into things emotionally, like one of the men had died. The first casualty died, and I was punching him in the face trying to get him to snap out of it, which, it's just, again, it turns into caveman shit, and he was telling me to drag everyone down to him, which, gravity works. It's impossible for one man to drag another 200-pound man with combat equipment up the side of a steep slope. You drag everybody down to where there's kind of like a covered location. And that's where Koa was. Koa's still fighting to get radio communication. He was in and out of communication, and that's his job. My job as was to collect, consolidate, and start treating the wounded with everything that I had. And his job is to call in Apaches, and he's a forward air controller. He calls in, coordinates those assets to kill people that are trying to kill us. And so,
and to rescue you, right? And to rescue you.
Yeah, correct. But we were there for 3 hours. Over that time frame, a bunch of surreal stuff happened. One of the most surreal, there's a picture. It might be really hard to find, but it's a picture that a very beautiful artist by the name of Invader Girl is her Instagram, but her name's Sarah. She is definitely a muse in art, but she painted a beautiful painting. I think it's on my Instagram somewhere, but it's a picture of a machine gunner with his face caved in with purple art. It's an oil painting, and she painted that for me. But one of the more surreal moments that I'm trying to get to was, that's it right there. And this is how beautiful and articulate art can be. She painted that for me, and she had no idea. But there's this situation that happened in this circumstance that I'm discussing right now. The whole explanation is on my Instagram if people want to read it. But I didn't paint that. She did. But there was an instance where more and more men were dying in my arms, and I was enraged with horror and grief. And there was a machine gunner that was on the side of this hill, and he was still behind like the 240 machine gun laying there. And every once in a while he'd be like, "Hey, Doc," and they all call you Doc. They don't realize that all PJs are fucking Docs or whatever, but that's what you call guys in the infantry that are helping you is Doc. He's like, "Hey, Doc, there's some guys moving around right over here. They're about 50 meters away." And the whole time, like, he doesn't even have ammunition. Like, we're out of fucking ammo. And the whole time he's talking to me, we're getting shot at the whole time. And we're in this like weird little slit trench that we're kind of crawling up and down. And I've managed to get all the casualties kind of piled up just below where this guy was, but there was a couple casualties up above him. And so I went back up there, and one of the men had just died in my arms, and it really affected me. And I set him down, and I needed help. And so I crawled down to where this machine gunner was, and I put my hands on him, and I kneed him as hard as he could, like in the side of the ribs. And he was behind his machine gun, and he didn't move. And again, this guy's no more than like 10, 15 feet away from me, like the whole time. And I rolled him over, and by now the moon had risen. The moon was up, and it was a full fucking moon, man. And I rolled him over, and his whole face was caved in.
But he could still talk.
I don't know what had happened, is what I'm saying. Is like I never remember an RPG detonating. Obviously, that was an RPG that detonated directly, like within 5 feet of him, and it pushed a rock, or the percussion caved his face in.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was one of the most horrific, beautiful things that I've ever seen in my life. And it was just as if God was looking at me. And I remember at that point, I went so animalistic that I just stood up and grabbed him by his heels and drug him on his face down to where the other guys were.
So at that point, he had died. He had died while like telling you to help this guy and help this guy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and I was
was
completely unaware of that RPG impact.
crazy.
There's more surreal moments that I can get into. One of the survivors was a guy named Carl Bilby. He was the guy that I mentioned in the book, but he was eviscerated. He was the guy that was shot through the hips that was eviscerated. And he later discussed with me, and again, through GoRuck, through the community of GoRuck, we held an event to honor these events that I'm discussing. And a lot of the survivors of what I'm discussing came to the event to help run it. Not only the pilot, Marcus Maris, he came to tell stories through these events. And these are like really physically arduous events. So the listeners that don't understand like GoRuck events, like they'll run 12 to 48 hours long. And the purpose is to get people to exceed their physical limitations and touch their emotional context of who they are, and to build teamwork and all this shit, you know. But,
did you guys win that? Did you guys win that battle, or did you leave and it was unfinished?
I mean, it's like winning and losing, right? It's like, what the fuck's that even mean, right?
I guess, I mean, did all of them die or no?
I think there was a report of up to 250 insurgents killed, but again, it's like numbers. It's like the
Right.
finger and not the moon, you know. It's like,
Right.
But I lost my thread there. Oh, so Carl, so a lot of these survivors came to this GoRuck event in honor of Bulldog Bite. And what's interesting, like, I was very intimidated and physically scared to meet them, because the last time I had met them, you know, I was dragging them up and down the side of a cliff or hoisting them into a helicopter, something like that. And so I was very intimidated to meet them, because I was, I'm always trying to validate my emotions from the event, if that makes sense. So like if someone's raped, like they're forever lost in validating the emotional trauma of that. And so the emotional trauma of what I experienced there in combat, like, that's always like so fucking surreal. It's like looking again into God's eyes or the universe's eyes. And you're always attempting to validate those experiences and the severity of living through them. And so meeting these guys was horribly challenging, emotionally. A lot of the guys didn't show up because I'm sure they were feeling the same thing. But I was just trying to honor the moment, being a GoRuck cadre, and having the ability to connect with some of the survivors of this thing and honoring it with one of these events. And what was really powerful for me is, everybody there not only confirmed everything that I'm saying, but they were like, no, there wasn't like, it's like when you inserted, we saw 5 RPGs detonate within, 20 feet of you, throughout that 30 minutes that you were trying to get to us. And I only remember one, but again, I don't even remember the RPG that killed that machine gunner that was 10 feet from me.
Right.
And a lot of that, you have auditory occlusion, but you have this time space thing. Like he said, she said, this thing happened, or I did this and you were doing this. And again, at some point it's the finger pointing at the moon. And you have to slow down. Like I did survive those events. I think that there wasn't right or wrong in any of it. There was better or worse. And I think that we did better. We did the best that we could with everything that we had. And then even further now, like it's 2022, man. That was 12 years ago. And so it's like I've had 12 years to sit here and think about these fucking things or try to find reasoning behind them of surviving them. And so, again, that's where I really believe in the power of psychedelics, just allowing you to access these subconscious memories, what we were talking about with, me doing CPR on my son, or these crazy, weird circumstances that I lived through in my upbringing of just who I am, and then surviving these horrific experiences, to the surreal nature of getting tattooed, within, days of this event that I'm explaining in Afghanistan. All those are very inexplicable, and your subconscious, we have to process those things. And I believe, all the details that have never mattered. Like my entire life story, from my upbringing to my injuries to the things that I've overcome, like none of that shit matters, man. The only thing that matters is like, how did I feel about them? What was my emotional relationship with myself or those events? That's all that fucking matters.
Why is that? Why is that? Why do you say that?
Because, it's you have to let these things change you. If I'm doing it just to get better at doing that job, which is what most people do, like in that tier 1 special operations thing, like they're only doing this thing to try to make themselves better at it.
Do you remember, Roger, can I ask you a question real quick? Do you remember the first time you held the girl's hand?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it was either my wife or, I had a crush on a girl. Like the first time I ever gave a Valentine to a girl, Yeah, I guess that's it. Why do you bring that up? Because
I'm trying to fucking relate, man. I can remember the first time, being 16 years old and sitting in a car and French kissing a girl for the first time. I remember who that girl was, and I thought, and I guess that I'm trying to think that the details maybe don't matter. It was the way I felt. I felt this.
It's the way you feel about it.
It was such a unique. I was having so much fun.
Yeah, and it's all emotional, and that came to me.
And so you're saying that's the same with like tragedy too, in the details, and maybe tragedy is not a fair word, but maybe it is.
Anything traumatic in our lives, it's like the details don't matter. So like when someone has something traumatic happen to them, like I've seen this with anybody, right? Like if you talk to any Medal of Honor recipient and you ask them about their experiences, a lot of times what people want to know is like, I went left, you grabbed my right hand, I did this right over here, we did this and that. It's just, you're just talking about the finger. Like the whole point of that entire event is that you survived it. But what were you thinking even beforehand? Like what was your emotion beforehand, and how did that change? How did it, I was asked to speak to a lot of special operations teams after my experiences, because they're like, wow, you lived through this thing. And I think that your message of understanding our mortality and our relationship with that is very important for our guys to hear. And if you could please come and speak at that. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about what good does me sharing my story have? Well, one, it honors the moments. Well, two, it's a timeless story of humanity. It's like you overcome odds, you do these things. It's Greek tragedy in a way. But I think that the only thing
it's so timeless. Your story's so timeless. It's like a romantic.
Yeah.
It's like crazy. It's so timeless. When I'm reading it, it just seems it could be any time period.
And I don't mean for that to happen. Like I'm not trying to frame those things in that way, but it's one of those things that I think the only value of ourselves, right? Like what I really try to impart to people that might be in those situations, that they've been highly trained and selected. They're in these situations that they have to perform at high levels. I think the only thing that really matters with people is your resolve and your intention. I think that's it, man. That's what allows us to solve unsolvable problems.
What's that mean? Your resolve, your ability to overcome like things that have happened to you or to assimilate them into your lives. That's resolve.
Yeah. So like resolve is how vested are you? Like how, and that's the reason that people go through these special operations training schools is they're getting the resolve tested. You know, like I want to push you past what you think you can do or what you think your limits are. You know, and so like, why do people have good marriages, right? It's their resolve and their intention. What is their intention of being married to that person? You know, how resolved are they? Are they willing to change for that person? All those things are the things that are important, you know? And that's the same thing, you know, just, you know, combat is normal life, but it's just everything, all the volumes jacked all the way up.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
And it's like, you know, like every one of our days, like everyday living is combat just at a much lower level. It's just the volumes are turned down. And so, you know, our ability to interact with that is based off of how resolved are we to execute? How much are we willing to change to see this thing through? And, you know, within special operations, you need to be willing to die. Like you need to be willing to martyr yourself for something greater than yourself. And when you do that, you see that in all things, right? So, you know, we were talking about Hunter, you know, like what makes him such a good athlete? You can say nature, nurture, all this thing again, but there's something in him. There's a drive in him of resolve. Like he is
running
resolved.
from some pain, running from some deep,
whatever.
Pain.
Again, that's these things that happen to us, right? But he's like this perfect storm, you know. So and I feel I was that perfect storm within special operations, particularly for that combat that I was discussing, you know. But I'm also there for my son Oz, you know, and you know, it's just that resolve and that intention is everything. What are your intentions? Are you doing that to wear a t-shirt? Are you doing that as an ego dance? Are you doing that because you're trying to save your infant son that you blame yourself for? You know, that resolve and that intention is the magic. It's hidden magic in the everyday moments of our lives, you know. And I think the people that are high functioning, you know, they tap into that, and that becomes aligned with the nature and nurture of their reality. And there's something driving them beyond the superficial. There's something very deep in there, you know, of worth or of trauma or fracture. And that's, again, sometimes it's not health, it's performance, right? You know, I mean, you know, we break at our weakest link. And I mean, I've broken physically many times, you know, from injuries from my youth to my career in special operations to mentally. To psychically breaking from grief, you know, but we can all get stronger. You know, I mean, you know, we break to let the light in. Just like
that's how I was going to finish the show. We break to let the light in, but those that will not break, it will kill.
Yeah, 100%, man.
For all of you, that is the key to enlightenment. I, at the age of 25 years old, surrendered to my death, and I was greeted with light, and I did not die. And some of you have heard that story. And I'm now 50 years old, and it wasn't till last night while working on the final notes of Roger Sparks that I saw this. We will break to let the light in. But those that will not break, it will kill. So remember that. Please remember that. Fucking what a great line, Roger. Is that Hemingway?
Shit, I don't know, man.
I was Googling around trying to figure out who it is. And
yeah, I'm constantly quoting and plagiarizing everything. I'm like that whole Sade thing, the tenderness comes from pain. I love dropping that on like these really gritty, tough, you know, special operations guys. You know, I'm like, tenderness comes from pain, man.
Have you seen the light, Roger?
Of breaking and letting the light in?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Of course. I mean, it's again, it always comes to us in ways that we don't think it is, It comes to you and your kid's smiling at you, I remember I was recovering from that paralysis injury, and we had just evacuated from Hurricane Katrina. I was stationed at a base not far from New Orleans. It's a place called Hurlburt Field. It's a special operations base. That's where we were living when I did CPR on my son. And, the whole thing, the emergency room we went to was Fort Walton Beach. But it's all right there. It's like Hurricane Alley and everything. That's right where, Katrina was, maybe like the eye of it was maybe like 50 to 100 miles away from there. But we had evacuated, and I was still in the process of, I had a walker to learn to walk again, man. And I mean,
walker was probably taller than me.
Is fucking I'm
the world's largest walker.
Yeah, I'm a freak show. And I mean, I was doing Pilates, like, full mat routines of Pilates like 5 times a day, just trying to recover from this injury, and my young son at the time, Oz, he was in a stroller, but I was using that stroller as a walker too. It was like this super duper stroller walker thing. And I'm walking him around our neighborhood, and he was giggling or something. I don't know what it was, but he was giggling. And I turned him around and I looked at him, and he was smiling. And it's just like this fucking smile on his face connected with me so powerfully that it was like, it's like nothing else mattered. And I think all of us need that in our lives, whatever it is in our intentions, like we all need something larger than ourselves to live for. And I know a large part of the people that listen to your podcast are professionally involved in health, vitality, and physical development. And I think that a portion that is often overlooked is service. And I mean, I don't want to get cliche about being in the military and thank you for your service and shit like that, because that was none of the reason of why I was there. I was there to use that medium to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. But what I mean is we have to live past something beyond ourselves. Like in Viktor Frankl's book, The Meaning of Life, Viktor Frankl was a child during Nazi Germany. And I believe that he survived Dachau, the concentration camp. Right. Dachau. But he witnessed his family murdered. And he spent, I think it was like a year or 2 years in a concentration camp controlled by the SS. As a young boy. And after surviving those circumstances, he wrote a beautiful book, and it's The Meaning of Life. And he talks about people who can survive very difficult circumstances. And he was like, it was always the people that were living for others that lived. And as soon as that was taken away from them, they died, whether it was from exhaustion, starvation, or whatever it was. And I think that that's what children are so beautiful about, is they give us something much larger than ourselves, and I think that you can find that in ways. If you don't have children, that's fine. I mean, people find it in very cliche ways with dogs and shit like that, having animals, but find something to serve larger than yourself. It's like
there's a Taoist saying, stop thinking and all your problems will end.
Yeah.
And when you're serving something higher or something besides yourself in its totality, when you're getting up in the middle of the night to check your son's blood, you're definitely doing that.
Yeah. And it's just to live past yourself, like live beyond yourself. Like, don't be good at something, be good for something. I think that's a really powerful thing, is to, like, we can all get really good at shit, that's great, but you need to be good for something. Like, what good is that doing for other people that you care for in your life? That's how you should judge success. Like, success is not comfort. We talked about that earlier. Like, that's the biggest lie that we fucking have, is that success is comfort. It's just, I've really, desperation is a gift. I think about the difficulties of my early life. I was desperate, just like I was desperate on the side of that mountain with those men. But it's our desperation that makes us great, and a lot of the book, I quote a thing called the Hagakure, which is religious text that the samurai produced, and it's just filled with metaphor and shit like that.
The quotes you chose are fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah. But the book wrote itself. I feel like it's very unsuccinct. There's a lot of stuff that we had to leave out of there, but
it is unsuccinct. It is. You're absolutely right, and it's perfectly beautiful like that. It's cool. Like that. I was never jarred by it. I was like, okay, here we go.
It was difficult to write, because my mother is still alive. I remember my reaction that my mother gave me when she read the book. She was like, "How could you do this to your father?" And my father had just died. He died of lung cancer.
What part in there did she think was not? I thought you were very loving towards
just exposing everything. I don't know, but she's she's
protective over him.
Yeah, very 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 much so, and she's still that grieving widow. She spent her whole life with him, and so
you're respectful to everyone in the book, by the way.
Shit, I tried, man.
To everyone.
It's very hard to write about combat situations because we were all seeing things from different perspectives, and just mentioning that one man that was panicked. People panic, man, and people want to posture in certain ways, but truly horrific, violent events bring out all of our emotions, man. And I think that we owe the truth when it comes to those things. I think that that's the only thing of value, right? Is like to share as clear as a picture as possible. I've received lots of comfort by reading World War I literature, like Robert Frost stuff. Man, god damn, man. I mean, to realize what I've experienced, not only with the grief, but breaking mentally, like allowing grief to break you and say that that's okay. Like that is a part of the human condition, because on the other side of grief is joy. When you let that shit go, it's fucking wonderful. But none of this is easy. It's all easy to talk about, but growth hurts. Anytime that you're fucking experiencing pain, just like training physically, like when you're doing a WOD or you're doing something and you're fucking digging deep, and you're at the point of your physical limitations, that is fucking growth. And our emotions have that same capacity. Like when you're pushing your emotions to the point of fracture, that is growth. And that takes courage to do it. And everyone can relate to the physical metaphor of this stuff, but we are emotional and physical living creatures, and it's like, our emotional and metaphysical makeup of what we are is just as important as the physical, if not more, because the body does what the mind tells it to do. I mean, I absolutely love, I've become good friends with Laird and Gabby Reese, Laird Hamilton. I love ice bathing. I love all that shit. I love, breath hold diving, free diving. I love diving under the ice, the whole Wim Hof bullshit. Because it's
remarkable, man. Have you met him?
I've never met him, but I mean, remarkable. I feel like our circles are doing this thing,
Yeah, remarkable shit, man. Good.
Yeah. It's just, and he's such an affirmation that the mind controls the body. Period. He was crushed with grief of losing his wife. But grief is a lesson, and grief and loss are part of life. And let that shit change you. Let it change you for the better. Don't let it break you and make you sour, man. Feel the fucking pain and become soft from it. It's all that weird Bruce Lee fucking Dao Di Ching stuff. The soft is hard, the hard is soft. But not recognizing your emotional capacity. Like we seek competition, we do all this stuff, but use all those things as a tool to become a better fucking person. Because if you're not doing that, you're just getting better and better at something. The finger's getting cooler and cooler, but the moon's still here, allowing our experiences to change us, I think, is, my greatest gift to my story. And it's just so interesting because of the human dynamic of having a special needs son, watching him thrive is amazing, man. He started racing cyclocross. I mean, he's a great fucking swimmer. He does these Go Ruck events, and he's just like this fucking stud, you know. And it's just, I think he's just this lesson that, you know, your body is guided by the strength of your mind, you know, and that's not just sitting around meditating, trying to bend spoons and shit, but that has to do with your intentions. Like, why, you know, do you want to do the things that you do? That determines the outcome, you know. I mean, I'm not I've started tattooing because of being tattooed in those moments, you know, right after combat. And so when I tattoo people, I'm not the greatest tattoo artist in the world, but people want to come and share that ceremony in that moment with me, because I want to be there for them. I want that experience to be cathartic, because every time I tattoo, it represents catharsis for me.
How often do you tattoo?
Once, twice a day during the week. Like, as soon as I'm done with this podcast, I've got a woman coming in here in Eagle River that I'll be tattooing. But
when are you moving out of Alaska? When are you moving out of there, Roger?
You know, we've talked about that. You know, the community we live in is so tight knit. I mean, like the small microbrewery that's up here owns. You know, they named a beer after my book. My son Oz works at the local strength and power gym that they got here. I mean, it's so just
you do have, yep. People ask me all the time, when the fuck are you going to get out of California? I'm like, dude, I'm in such a good loop.
Exactly. I mean,
my community is not. I'm not. I mean, I see the zombies all around me and all the wackadoodles, but I used to be part of them. You know, I woke up. I have belief that maybe they can wake up too. And
yeah, everybody can change, and I think it's all right. Like when you look behind the curtain, and the longer that we live, I think the wiser we become. We're not here for self-fulfillment. Like, you're here to share your experience with others.
Well, and you know, I remember Greg Glassman said this to me one time. We were looking at a hot dog vendor who was selling hot dogs, right? And he's trying to make money. Then we're looking at a musician who's playing music and he's trying to make money. We were in San Luis Obispo, and then we were looking at a fucking homeless guy. And Greg said to me, your only value here on planet Earth is what you can do to help your fellow man, what you contribute. And I saw two people who were contributing, right? The hot dog vendor and the musician. And then you have the homeless guy. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is this guy contributing? And I guess what he's contributing is for people who haven't, who feel like for some reason they need to help someone who's down on their luck, or they feel like they should give someone $50 to go buy their next hit of heroin. But it was just interesting. Where do you know, what are these values? What is our value to humanity?
What is that? Like, we're all life aware of itself, right? Like, we're just this beautiful expression of life. We are life conscious of itself. And the only thing that separates from any of that bullshit is our ego. Now, ego can be a good thing, but it also can be a very fucking bad thing. You know, it's like our ego keeps us alive as a mammal. Like, if you think, you know, you're getting more food than me, or, you know, like this and that, you can become protective and fight for the things that you think are yours. That's your ego fighting. There's a very powerful, beneficial thing to our ego. But at the same time, you know, we talked about that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Where we live in Western world, the ego is a destructive thing, because it separates us from our common man. It separates us, and we just self-collect, you know, like we just that's where you have these huge differences in wealth and all this shit, you know, because it's like, why do you need $8 billion? You know, why do you need $100 million? It's really ridiculous. You know, it's like, at some point you'd be a better person if you gave most of that away. You know, I mean, now the other people that you give that away to are probably going to fuck it up too. Right. But it's like, you know, the whole point of life is to share that with other people. But now, if you've always been less than, and you've always had the shit taken out of your mouth, you're like, fuck you, man. Like you're always fighting for that thing, and you're stuck in that dichotomy, that paradigm of what that is. But once you realize that, you know, life is a very self-sustaining, stroke for stroke thing, it just becomes beautiful, you know. And unfortunately, that takes us transcending ourselves, you know. And I mean, I feel very sure-footed in the experiences of my life, but we always have to keep that beginner's mind, man. You know, it's like, and that's where I think the ritual of exercise is beautiful. You know, like, there's a truth in doing push-ups till you collapse. There's a truth and a beauty, like what Henry Rollins, when he wrote that thing, what is it, The Iron? Have you read that?
No.
Oh, fuck, man. You got to read Henry Rollins, The Iron.
I ran into Henry Rollins in a bookstore in Berkeley once.
Oh, man. Yeah. So, yeah, he's a rad guy because he spoke a lot of truth. I think it's called The Iron or the Weight. It's a beautiful poem about exercise and just the inherent truth in that. Like 125 pounds of steel on a barbell, like that 125 pounds does not fucking lie. You know, and whether you love it, like it, hate it, that's it right there. Iron in the soul. Fucking read that 10 fucking times before you go to bed, man.
Is he still alive, Henry Rollins?
Oh, yeah. He's gotten involved in all kinds of meaningful work. He got involved in working for National Geographic and going around and interviewing fucking people in third world countries and shit. Check out what he's doing lately, man. Get him on the podcast. He's a great fucking dude.
Can I say something in defense of the people who are billionaires?
Right ahead.
It's important that someone like Bezos wants to go to Mars.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
It's important to recognize that no matter how big the discrepancy of wealth is on planet Earth, that the poor people have never had more opportunity. They all have iPhones and cell phones that they didn't have 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And that to take from them I don't believe that is the way. I think that there's a magic here on the universe that if you despise the people who are wealthy, all that will do is keep you poor. And I've said this on the show hundreds and hundreds of times. The universe will give you exactly what you want. And if you resent rich people or think poorly of them, the universe will never let you become rich because it doesn't, because you resent those people. Mm-hmm. And why would it let you become rich? And so when I don't think the sentiment should be when you see a man drive by in a Lamborghini, wow, what a piece of shit. I think it should be like, what an amazing piece of artwork. Imagine all the jobs that's provided by this man creating this, and someone had to paint it, and someone had to make those custom tires. And I just believe that I don't know. You triggered me. No,
Roger.
We were doing so good. You triggered me. 3 hours and 40 minutes in, you triggered me. There's this disdain for the wealthy that I think is just so unfair. I'm not saying. Yeah,
no, I think it's a valid point, and it brings up a lot of good discussion. You know, I mean, I think that again, I think people are upset with the wrong thing. It's not the wealth,
right?
It's like, you know, what is that? It's kind of funny. Like haters are gonna hate, right? You know, but it's just like in reality, like what has made that person successful? You too have that capability. You do. Yes. And again, we have to inherit that responsibility of like,
don't blame the rich guy for you being poor. I guess there it is again. Back to what you were saying. Don't blame them. Blame yourself.
Yeah, I mean, here I was, you know, a skinny, tall kid with a lame leg that was never strong, never fast, never, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you have to have the courage to assume responsibility for yourself. And I think this is where it comes.
The pathway of crime laid out before you also, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was desperate, you know, but that you don't have Martin Luther King without racial injustice.
Right. And it's another misnomer also is in privilege. You don't have Biggie Smalls without his lack of privilege.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't have Henry Ford without his lack of privilege. And so people have to be careful saying that shit. You don't have Roger Sparks unless his dad was who he was, a Mongol enforcer. You don't get Roger Sparks.
Yeah, I mean it's and I think that's the way that nature consumes itself, right? Like it needs to be that way. Yeah. Because the wolf climbing the hill is the wolf, you know.
But I don't mean to be mean because I do have empathy for him. But you have an extremely privileged man, and he turns out to be Hunter Biden. And I feel sorry for him. Don't get me wrong. What a fucked up life. I would not want to be him. What a fucking hard life. Mom dies, all the crazy shit that's happened in his life, his drug addiction. But be careful with people who using this word like so-and-so is privileged, so-and-so is not privileged. The privileged people have the easier path. I think we've done a 3 hour and 40-minute podcast that's saying that, hey, without personal suffering, you won't be great.
Correct. I really think that you know, embracing risk with courage, that alone is a catalyst for grace and synchronicity and success. Like, but people are very averse to risk and danger. Like they very much so are. They're very averse to discomfort. but it's only through embracing those things that we grow emotionally, physically, whether it's a hard workout, whether it's a difficult conversation with somebody that you love, all of those things, that is where growth and success are in discomfort, period. And it's like, unless you are willing to shoulder and feel that, no one else is going to feel it for you. You know, the people that are privileged, you know, like that's going to be a self-decay in itself. It's like we have to experience disadvantage. We have to experience, you know, injustice to truly grow.
Right. Right. You also said that too in podcasts I listened to you did yesterday. Another thing people need to accept is life is not fair.
Yeah, it's never been fair.
No.
And above anything.
But that's not, and that can't be fixed. That's the world in homeostasis. You're 6'9" and I'm 5'5". Mm-hmm. Getting into a plane seat is not fair for you, and playing basketball is not fair for me. It's just the fucking way it is.
Yeah, it's like you know, what you feel is your weakness becomes your greatness.
Yeah.
Period. That is the curse, that is the gift of living courageously and uncomfortably. Is your weakness will become your strength. You just have to figure that out. But life has a way of molding that around you, you know.
Were you ever fat? Did you ever get fat ever in your life?
You know, I'm kind of hardwired where it's almost like I'm too gaunt. You know, like I pig out, I eat, but it's like I
look at your
exercise.
Cheekbones. It is something else.
Yeah. Like I'm so like after we get off this, I'm going to go crush myself in the garage, you know. And that's just a sense of control. I think that for whatever reason, like in my life, I've needed exercise as a sense of control. And like I try to exercise to the point of exhaustion.
Yeah, me too, I think.
Yeah.
I exercise every night before even if I exercise during the day and it's 10:30 at night, I'll go in my garage and still exercise for an hour. I need to like crush myself before it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've really done my best to teach my sons, both of them, that love, that metaphysic aspect of exercise, you know, and I've done an amazing job with my younger son. My older son, he likes it, but it's a different thing, you know. But I mean, I love ice climbing, I love mountaineering, I love all the bullshit sports, you know. But I always try to use that as a medium just to develop myself. Like if I go ride my bike, like I want to taste, you know, what Henry Rollins is talking about with, you know, iron in the soul. Like I want to feel my limitations, even if that's just me literally going to my garage and doing, you know, burpees. I want to do burpees for an hour and I want to taste my mortality. I want to feel my limitation of my physical ability. So it goes emotional. And this is something I think is interesting that
Wow.
Yeah. It's like
I get it.
Yeah. I'm always trying to touch my emotions. And I think that's where sport and exercise, where we're at right now, is such an interesting thing because we have such a hard, difficult time accessing our emotions. But I truly believe with these elite levels of performance and exercise, that is why we do it. Like the times that I've run hundreds, like I go run 100 miles or whatever, like I do that because I'm trying to access my emotions. And what's even more interesting when you access
that's a long road to fucking get to them.
But you know, it's like that's why we do these things.
I hear you.
Yeah. And then when we transcend our physicality, we can access our emotions. When we transcend our emotions, we can transform into like that spirituality. Then we transcend into the spirituality aspects of ourselves. And it's just using those things as a tool to develop yourself, you know. And we are all bodhisattva in some way. Like at some point, a bodhisattva within, you know, Buddhist religion, they are there to help others up to the point that they have evolved. And I definitely feel that way with my life story. Like I really enjoy, like I built a sauna complex in my backyard and I invite everybody I tattoo. I'm like, man, as soon as this thing's done fucking healing, you got to come and do this sauna ice bathing with me. And they're like, what? You know, it's like, I want to bodhisattva everybody in that thing, you know, because I want to share it, you know, I want to share every bit of it, you know.
They had the choice to leave, but they stay and help.
Yeah. You're acting out of compassion. You know, you realize the only benefit of your experience is to share that with others, you know. And I mean, I think that's the effort of your podcast, man. That's why I enjoy speaking about my life story. Is just about sharing your experience, you know. And I think that's just it's a human nature thing, man. I'm become involved in so many projects. I mentioned this ayahuasca project. There's one it's Heroic Hearts. They basically find combat veterans, ayahuasca treatment centers, in Peru and Costa Rica. There's all kinds of stuff. I developed this thing called backbonenetwork.com. What that is I believe the backbone of this country is combat veterans, and not the bullshit people that, they served and thank you for your service, but true combat veterans, like they deserve a voice, man. They deserve to come on podcasts like this and share their truths, because I think it's when we don't find value in our stories that we dismiss our own pain and experience. They minimize it. Oh, I didn't survive Bulldog Bite. I didn't get overrun by the enemy. I didn't do these things. But it's like, if you think your life is threatened, you have something to share, man.
When I was 34 years old and I first started working for CrossFit, there were 300 gyms. It's 2006. And I was raised in California, and I was raised to fucking hate police officers and hate the military. And it wasn't explicit. It was low level, implicit, steady drip from the day I was born.
Well, yeah, it's the streets are talking, right? Yeah, it's the street.
and hate this country. Yeah. And when I got involved in CrossFit and I was shoulder to shoulder with cops and military, I'm like, oh shit, these are just people. I've never even heard their story. Mm-hmm. I've been listening to the story about who police officers are and who the U.S. military is from fat blue-haired people for 34 years. And it's fucking crazy. It's fucking nuts. And so I agree with you. Like, combat veterans need to be heard. It's a huge, it's a huge piece of this country, and it would make us, I think, all saner and closer together. Mm-hmm. It's like taking one end of the blanket and bringing it over.
Yeah. And it's just, grief shared is grief divided. It's like, combat veterans are not, hard right-wing Trump supporters. It's like, I think most people that experience high levels of violence, they're the most, they're connected with their humanity more than others. It's like, we have all these cliches to things. We have such cliches. I mean, hell, I grew up, in the environment that I did. The pigs were the enemy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, totally. Right. Anytime we drove past a cop, my dad would say shit like, what do you call lint stuck to a cat's asshole? He'd say, what? Dirty fuzz. We'd be doing something. We'd drive past a policeman with his fucking radar gun out, or he's pulling someone over or something. He'd say shit like, this is as my dad's like smoking a joint. He's like, what do you call a penny in the bottom of a toilet?
What?
I'm like, I don't know. He'd be like, dirty copper. You just, I go around with shit like that towards like, any authority is the fucking enemy. Any authority is the enemy. And I mean, fuck, I can't say there's much wrong with that. I mean, I do believe, in my worldly experiences that we live in the best country in the world, but are we oppressive? Fuck yeah, we are. How do you think we got where we are? You got to step on other motherfuckers to elevate yourself, and I'd always joke, with the guys. And again, I was using my experiences, in the elite levels of the military to learn about myself and who I am, and developing physically, spiritually, mentally, man. And you go to these very difficult, deprived parts of the world, man. And it's like, you want your $5 fucking mocha latte, whatever the fuck. This has to exist. There has to be complete deprivation for that, And it's like,
little Chinese kids died for this.
Exactly. And it's just like, it's like when you feel comfortable and warm, it's at the expense of someone else. Period. Fucking period, man. And it's part of life. Life feeds on life, feeds on life. It's like a fucking Tool song, It's like, it's just like, life is a carnivorous fucking machine, man.
But I must emphasize this. The energy spent to come after me because I have a cell phone is better spent helping the person who suffered because of it.
100%, man. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
the statement "rising tides help all ships" is 100% true. The podcast space is super competitive. Those of us who help others, we all rise. We really do.
Yeah. I mean, it's less than to try to rip other people down to set yourself up. It's less than to just point out problems without solutions.
Yeah.
It's like the world is the world. It's unfair. It's always going to be unfair. But man, you know what? Engage with your fucking heart and give it 100%. And the more that you're honest with yourself, the more you're going to grow, the better you're going to make your world and the people you care for. It's just, no matter what we do, the world is carnivorous. And, it's great to be selfless, but at some point, it becomes animalistic. It just is, man. And it's like, are we ever going to end war in our time? It's like, no, man. It's like, you look at World War II, the military industrial complex, Vietnam, fucking the lie of fucking Iraq, Afghanistan, and how, all of these, defense contractors, KBR, fucking hell, we were building hydroelectric dams, like renewable energy plants for Afghanistan. Then we just fucking pull out. It's like our country has developed a, socioeconomic model of projecting combat to sustain itself financially, period.
Wow.
And it's just like, yeah, we're just in this, man. And it's the closer you look, the dirtier it is, man. But at the end of the day, we're all humans.
Yes. At the end of the day, we are all humans.
Yeah. And life is going to go on as it is. There's always going to be, the threat of Chinese, the shit going on with Russia, and good guys or bad guys are just dependent on where you're fucking born.
Right.
I mean, it's just the way it is, man. And it's just, but, the more that we develop individually, physically, mentally, spiritually, whatever that is to you, the better outcome is for our loved ones. It's just like, that's just the way it is, man. I mean, sure, the world could live without war, but we're never not going to be those primates with rocks in our hands. It's just the way it is, man. And I do understand a utopia thought, man. I really dig that, man. I think if everybody was just sitting around doing fucking acid, great, right? But at some point that shit's going to wear off. There's certain realities of just the way the universe consumes itself. It's just, there's nothing new with that, yeah, man, I mean, thank you for allowing me to fucking talk to everybody. It's probably been close to 4 hours now.
Someone just wrote all 4 hours. We're at 3:56. Thank you, brother. This is great.
Right, yeah, thank you.
You have my phone number. If there's anything I can ever do for you, let me know. I'm in Santa Cruz, California. If you're ever this way, please let me know.
Yeah, my mentor in tattooing, Scott Campbell, he's out there in LA. And so I try to connect there, and I obviously love, Laird Hamilton and Gabby Reese and working out in their pool and shit. And so
where are they? Are they in Hawaii? Are they in Hawaii?
They have a place out in Malibu, but they've got a place in Kauai as well.
Okay.
Their main hangout is right there in Malibu. They've got a cool compound, and what's really cool about that is that it's really interesting, the cats that show up there. It's like everybody from UFC cats to guys like myself to all the Hollywood fucking weirdos that show up there. It's a really interesting place, and
Malibu's a trip.
It's weird, man. I grew up in, how I grew up. And so it's like, experiencing like Laurel Canyon and all that shit. It's just fucking out there, man. It's fucking out there.
They think you're a trip.
Exactly. And again, that's what's crazy is like those dichotomies attract each other, right?
Yeah.
Like ebony and ivory.
Yes.
Thanks again, man. And so as far as, did we just want to get off, or how do you want to end this thing?
I'm just going to hang up on you, send you off into the Alaska wilderness. Okay.
Yeah. Please send me links or heads up of how this is going to come out. Or is it just live now?
We're live. There's probably several hundred people have already seen it, and then it'll sit on my podcast station. If there's anything you want to rip from it, any time codes you want, just send me a text. I'll get you anything you want.
Okay.
Or you could rip it yourself just right off of YouTube.
Gotcha. Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, if some reason I feel I'm okay technologically, but if you could send me a link or something that I could throw on Facebook, that'd be cool.
Yep.
And then maybe a
Give me a couple
video.
hours. It takes a couple hours to process, but give me a couple hours and I'll for sure do that.
And then maybe like a small like Instagram clip or something to throw out there.
I love it. Thank you. I'd appreciate it.
Definitely.
Yeah, please. I'd love to throw a clip on Instagram with this thing. But yeah, I appreciate you, man. Next time I'm in Cali, I'll look you up and maybe you can murder me in a workout or something.
Awesome. I'll have you just carry me. We'll do buddy carry. It'll be the strangest buddy carry ever.
Oh man. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Roger,
Thanks
thank
for coming
you.
on, Roger.
Thanks.
You're awesome.
Bye-bye.
Right on. Thank you.
I had an appointment at 9:30. It's now approaching noon.
Holy shit.
Travis, thank you. Vindicate. VNDK8.com for all your Sevan Podcast CEO shirts. Cool shit like that. Eric, thank you. Crazy generous. Thank you.
Wow. I feel incredibly inferior.
And he has a 12-inch cock. Okay.
Matt, it hangs to his knees. Which is like 3 or 4 feet down, probably. Fuck.
Okay. I gotta go. Thank you.
More seconds.
What?
15 more seconds.
Thank you, Caleb Beaver. Matt Souza is back in the country. Can't wait to see him on soon. Tomorrow we have Calvin. What's Calvin's last name? Shoot, I forget. I apologize, Calvin. Tomorrow's gonna be a crazy show. Tomorrow we have on Calvin Robinson.
Father Calvin Robinson.
Yes. Then on the 12th we have Tommy G. Is that an affiliate owner?
No. He's the Kia gang guy. He's the one that thinks that like fucking steal Kias all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Brent Stephenson, he's a Ninja Warriors champion, I think, and he's also a flat earther coming on Thursday. I can't wait to hear. I want someone to convince me that the earth is flat. Oh, we need an affiliate on this week. We don't have an affiliate.
Next one's on until Sunday, looks like.
Philip Kelly, a CrossFitter who survived COVID, but fuck, it was close. On Saturday, I'm curious to see how that goes. It's kind of the opposite of everything I've been talking to you guys about. Oh, okay. Ricard, we have Rock Hard Long. That can't be his name. It's Ricard Long.
Gotta be right.
We have Ricard Long on Sunday, an affiliate owner. Okay. And then the 17th we have on Don Fall, CEO of CrossFit. Then on the 18th we have a prediction show for. Oh shit! I thought the prediction show was tomorrow.
It might have changed. I'm not sure.
Okay. I have so many texts to deal with now. Caleb, thank you. Oh, we made it to 4 hours and 1 minute. Okay, great. Is this the longest show in history?
Definitely longest show in history.
All right. Hey, it's not. Don't blame Danielle Brandon. Don't blame Danielle Brandon. Okay. Bye.